Okay, now we unpack it a bit more, get deeper into the psychology aspect, and look at the whole concept of the self-sadism. Because as a matter of fact, as I said before, crime in the physical outplaying of violence and sadism, as it's normally called, has been well documented. But the worst crimes are done to the self, and they're not documented. We're very, very young in understanding this whole concept of self-sadism, or masochism as it's often called. Don Miguel in the Four Agreements says, in your whole life, nobody has ever abused you more than you have abused yourself. And the limit of your self-abuse is exactly the limit you will tolerate from someone else. If someone else abuses you a little more than you abuse yourself, you will probably walk away from that person. But if someone abuses you a little less than you abuse yourself, you'll probably stay in the relationship and tolerate it endlessly. So again, we ask, when you think about yourself, are your thoughts positive or negative, creative or destructive, loving or violent? You can look it up. Psychophobia, R.D. Laing. Psychophobia, phobia of your own mind. Can you believe it? The fear of our own thinking process. Each year in the UK, more than 24,000 teenagers are admitted to hospital after deliberately harming themselves, but only a small proportion, around 13%, of self-harm episodes are thought to result in a hospital visit. So it's on the increase. Laing says that the only death we recognize is biological death. And in the following talk, we will be looking very deeply at the nature and dynamics of what I refer to as the self-murdered person. They are the world's greatest threat, whether they're on the corporate level or governmental level or right in the bed next to you. So as you said, the fancy word for it is masochism, but I refer to it as self-sadism, and it is a bit of a bizarre concept because we don't normally think of people walking around, being dead, because they're walking around. But the fact of the matter is that you can psychologically be dead, self-murdered. How can that person do any good in the world? They create havoc wherever they go. And we can't expect the world to be good or pleasant or civilization to move forward until every shred of the self-sadism is erased. So fixing things on a governmental level is only a small, small part of the action that's required. We have to deal with this inner self-sadism, the violence we commit to ourselves on a daily, even momentary basis. When all of that stops, then and only then is the person capable of going out and affecting true change in the world. Gurdjieff, the mystic, said, it happens fairly often that essence dies in a man, while his personality and his body are still alive. If you take a good hard look around, you'll see that he was right. Soren Kierkegaard, the Danish philosopher, said, the biggest danger, that of losing oneself, can pass off in the world as quietly as if it were nothing. Look at that. And then this character's running around, sitting on boards, affecting change, getting married, having kids. Nathaniel Branden, in the book The Disowned Self, says that nothing is easier than for men to practice self-renunciation. They do it every day. It is not a difficult feat or a moral achievement. It is a disease. Not selfishness, but the absence of self. Not self-esteem, but self-alienation. Makes possible the barbaric cruelty that men practice against one another. Now, as we said, the investigation, something interesting about the mind, is that when you try to do investigation of your own self, it's not easy. Partly because of these defenses, partly because of the monitoring of the superego. So the very action of trying to observe yourself is difficult. It comes with complications. Partly the cacophony, right, created by our interactions with the Mitwelt and the Umwelt also block it out. The noise and cacophony of the external world and our entanglement in those realms often the racket of it, you see, blots out the other dialogue. Remember that Monty Python sketch where they're all sitting in the boardroom asking why people don't get enlightened? And one character reads from a paper and says, we've discovered that it's because people become, and just as he's about to say distracted, he gets distracted and sees this skyscraper crashing through the window. Very, very good point, though. Alan Watts says it, nothing so eludes conscious inspection as consciousness itself. This is why the root of consciousness has been called, paradoxically, the unconscious. And we alluded a little bit to why that division took place, is because a lot of it is the repression of the trauma. The divide and the rise of the ego is to section off that part of us that is the ancestral mind, that it's too raw a nerve, it's too soon in the game of history for us to visit that pain of what happened ancestrally through the cataclysms and traumas. And I also must add, I believe, the genetic interference. And Jung says that to find out what is truly individual in ourselves, profound reflection is needed. And suddenly we realize how uncommonly difficult the discovery of individuality is. And unfortunately, that is one of those skills that is actually being lost. Children today who are coming through the schools don't even have the hardwiring for that kind of insight. That's how bad things are. They wouldn't know what you were talking about. The simple critical skills, the introspective skills that were quite natural to people in the past are now becoming extinct. It's all stages on the way. Now, Fromm says that Freud found that if the analyst touched on repressed material, the patient would resist his therapeutic approach. This is not a matter of conscious unwillingness on part of the patient, or of dishonesty, or of secretiveness. He's defending himself against the discovery of the unconscious material without being aware either of the material or of his resistance. The patient can turn away from the sensitive topic and talk about something else. He can feel sleepy and tired. He can find a reason not to come to the interview. Or he can become very angry against the analyst and find some reason to quit the analysis. Projection, right? All these defenses. In other words, what's happening is we're hiding from ourselves. Theodore Reich says that the ego has built mighty defenses against the forbidden impulses that drive and push to gain some measure of expression. They are pressed into oblivion, into the dark abyss of rejected and condemned emotions and thoughts. They are disavowed, banned, and outlawed, and live in the netherworld, never to be mentioned. In panic fear of their power, man has rolled obstacles as strong as the rock of Gibraltar before the door to prevent their return. They betray themselves nevertheless and give notice of their subterranean existence and activity in little unexpected signs, words, and gestures. They give themselves away in spite of shame and fear. Remember I said the imperial self isn't going anywhere? You can't kill it. You can only cage it, but it's not going to die. It's not going to go away. R.D. Laing was spot on, says Jeremy Griffiths, when he said that humans live with 50 feet of solid concrete between themselves and the true world of their soul. Scott Peck, even, in his book People of the Lie, said that a man fights for a self that is not a true self. It's only a shell, dependent on abstractions that do not serve life itself, but rather its concealment. Remember the persona? You immersing yourself in the Mitwelt is to actually lose your soul. You lose the very thing you were trying to fight and maintain. And William Barrett, he says that so long as we remain in the womb of this externalized and public existence, we're spared the terror and the dignity of becoming a self. So there he's saying, you're negating the anxiety that is the legitimate and positive anxiety that comes with these rites of passage. And it's happening more and more in society, this phenomenon. The schizoid person feels existentially unlovable. They have no right to take up space on the planet. An irrational inner critic, perhaps a vicious internalized voice of mother or father, tells them that they're hopelessly at fault in some way. Clumsy, ugly, awkward, or stupid. Nothing but trouble. These negative conclusions are unshakable. That's in the extreme forms of the schizophrenic type. And Christopher Lasch says that 20th century peoples have erected so many psychological barriers against strong emotion and have invested those defenses with so much energy derived from forbidden impulse that they can no longer remember what it feels like to be inundated by desire. They tend rather to be consumed with rage, which derives from defense against desire and gives rise in turn to new defenses against rage itself. Outwardly bland, submissive, and sociable, they seethe with an inner anger for which a dense, overpopulated, bureaucratic society can devise few legitimate outlets. But they're going to start. They're working on it. Theodore Reich says that one of the most important measures of civilization to make that aggressiveness harmless can be studied in the evolution of the individual. It will be turned inside, introjected, and taken over by that part of the ego called the superego that now, in the form of conscience, exercises aggressiveness against the ego. And he's talking about the superego's totalitarianism, psychic totalitarianism. The tension between the strict superego and the subordinate ego is called the sense of guilt, and it manifests itself in the need for punishment. Now, whence does this sense of guilt come, he asks. In the first stage can be best designated as a dread of losing love. Obviously, one of the first anxieties is not just the physical act of being born, but the idea that you might be separate, that separation from the mother. But more than that, it's the bad deed is one that, when discovered, would be followed by the loss of love. So the child is very innocent. It doesn't realize that if it breaks a window or breaks a vase or does something, pulls the cat's tail or whatever, it doesn't realize, in its mind, it is really dealing with the fact that that single act might lose it completely, the sustenance and love and succor of the parent. Look how powerful the parent is. And the parent will manipulate this as well. The tyrannical parents manipulate that fact. That's why all this beration to the child, you're just this and you're just that, and you're going to get a spanking, I'm going to tell dad when he comes home, and all the rest of it. Working on the child's fear of losing that love. And of course, it's even more extreme in certain cases. Now, at this state, the sense of guilt is still a social anxiety. It will remain that in its core. That means anxiety that the father or mother, and later the community, will disapprove of and punish the misdoer. As a parent can exploit that, so can Big Brother. Now, feelings of guilt occur after one has committed a forbidden deed. The sense of guilt that is later developed is often unconscious and sometimes perceived only as some kind of vague anxiety or uneasiness, for instance, in many obsessional cases. It is in its later phases, anxiety towards the superego, so to speak, dread of the superego. We analysts have been inclined to assume that any kind of thwarted instinctual gratification results in the heightening of a sense of guilt. Freud's newest insights convinced him that this is valid only for the aggressive instincts. You feel guilty when you feel a welling up of aggression. But watch this. In other words, the origin of guilt feelings is in the area of aggressive instincts. Now, we're led to the assumption that guilt feeling is generated exclusively by aggression and not by any other drives. If this is correct, we can expect that the same origin and character will be found in the sense of guilt met with in the evolution of mankind. Religion, particularly Christianity, traces the guilt feeling of man back to the original sin. Man's sin against God, there you have guilt, which is conceived as sexual transgression to the weakness of the flesh or to sensual desire or whatever. Our whole civilization, including our education, is under the spell of this view. It is common to the moralists, theologians, and philosophers to regard sexuality as the root of man's criminality and sinfulness, as well as to the educators and psychologists, including psychoanalysts, who hope that freedom from sexual suppression will change man and remove the greatest obstacle in our civilization. This writer is of the opinion that both groups are mistaken and believes that also the guilt feelings of mankind have their roots in aggression and violence. Unconscious elements were originally made unconscious because such thoughts and impulses were not tolerated by parents and teachers in earlier years, and continued recognition of them would be anxiety-provoking. In order to defend the ego against anxiety, resistances are built up against the recognition of these unconscious impulses, which Reich is saying the most important one is aggression, or anger, right? But if the child's aggression is legitimate, which it often is, at being controlled, at being manipulated, at being thrown hither and thither, having its mental, all this catch-22 and control play that goes on, the whole drama, right? That child's response that Reich is talking about but didn't mention could be a legitimate expression against being controlled. So the dynamic then is that when natural and perfectly legitimate anger and aggression rises up, as he said, it gets interjected. Now women interject more, men project. Hence bulimia and anorexia and many of the other syndromes that women suffer, even in fact bad eyesight. It's all related to the interjection of anger. But what he forgot to say is that if it's legitimate, then look at the mess that you're in. You're guilty over a natural expression. And this then becomes a syndrome that just keeps on spiraling out of control. You end up with a big Cheshire grin, as everything's all right. Or you try to ascribe, oh yeah, I was a bad kid, I can understand what they did. And you go through all of these justifications. Now technically guilt is over physical misdemeanors. He mentioned shame, and that's different. Shame is over something, we'll have to get to that later, but let's just stick with that. So the instincts that arise in the child, he's in a terribly compromised situation. And this is working higher up the fractal as well. This is how Big Brother is also working. You have the guilt over natural instincts that should be allowed to be communicated. And then you interject that anger towards yourself. It's a terrible syndrome. Well, the justification. I've been treated horribly by you, so now I'm just going to do the same to you. This is one of the outpourings of it. By the time the kid is 15, he's acting this out. Or it's paranoia and persecution complex. Everybody's out to get me. Yeah, well, they are. From a child's point of view, that's perfectly rational. Or the masochism. I expect to be treated badly. I've never known anything else. Go and ask Aboriginals, go and ask Native American Indians. They're all suffering from this syndrome. They've been treated like dogs from the day they went. What do you expect them to be later on? They have to take the alcohol to suppress the aggression. Legitimate aggression by being treated like dogs. This can happen in the home, let alone in a culture. Then the egomaniacal, narcissistic, pathological aspect. I'll stand up for myself. Nobody else cared or loved me. But he's not. The problem is that they're not talking about the true imperial self. The narcissist is caught in a trap because he's only speaking about the pseudo-self when he says he's out for number one. That's why it's another cul-de-sac, a dead end. He won't get anywhere with that. Then you have the negation. I don't need this love nonsense. Aggression is good. It's a rat race. Survival is another syndrome, another kind of human being. Or strength and power important, must dominate. Virtue is merely convention. You know, sort of a, I say Nietzsche, but Nietzsche's been so drastically mistranslated that I have to put this in brackets. But that would be considered the quote-unquote Nietzschean point of view. And along with it, the people who walking around saying that guilt and remorse is for suckers. Because remember, it was the superego that was doing the job. And if the superego can crack, the superego is not, we've been talking about how powerful it is, it can also crack. There's certain periods in life and also in the chronology of a human being where the superego is relatively weak and can crack down the middle and become faulty. And when that happens, the conscience is no longer working at all, as it is in many of these psychopaths. So and even in today, when we're talking about modern concepts of freedom, it's the kind of freedom that has no virtue or morals, like Fromm was saying earlier on. If you've murdered yourself, like we said in the beginning, what do you care about anybody else? Now, Eric Fromm says that the intensely destructive person will show a front of kindliness, courtesy, love of family, of children, of animals. He'll speak about his ideals and his good intentions. But not only this, there's hardly a man who is utterly devoid of any kindness or any good intention. If he were, he would be on the verge of insanity. Hence, as long as one believes that evil men wear horns, one will not discover an evil man. And in the psychic vampirism talk, we're going to be able to come out to the other end of that knowing 100% how to spot them instantly. And that is going to help the world move forward. As a matter of fact, these people in that talk, you'll discover that there's actually a term for them, a psychological term. It's called constitutional psychological inferiors. They're actually diagnosable, those people without conscience. We have to develop that skill to be able to see them as such. Well, I thought the word inferior is never to be used. That's one of those words that's just taboo. Oh, is it? You're surrounded by them. You're voting for them. You're hiring them at work. You may have been given birth by a couple of them. You might be sleeping beside one. And so it's time we find out. And there ain't no meter you can pull out and go, hey honey, hang on a minute, plug you in here. Shit. It doesn't work like that, I'm afraid. There's no physical meter. There is a meter, and it's called intuition. It's called rational ability. But you see, the thing is that this terrible paradox again, the idea that aggression is rooted in the true self-seeking expression. And a society that just can't handle it. So the women interject, the men project. But you see, the thing is, even Freud would admit, don't expect that repression to just disappear. That which is repressed, that anger is boiling inside and is going to come out in war and in violence and in family feuds and whatever else. It'll always find a way out. George P. Marsh says that man is everywhere a disturbing agent. Wherever he plants his foot, the harmonies of nature are turned to discords. Nature is the self. Self is nature. If you have self-sadism against the self, of course you're going to act in an ecocidal manner. Osho, the mystic, said that your whole idea about yourself is borrowed from those who have no idea who they are themselves, seeking guidance from the misguided. Edward Young, the English poet, said that we're born as originals and die as copies. Gruen says the source of aggression and destructiveness lies in our culture, not the individual. Remember, superego, shadow, superego. And everything that reinforces the fragmentation of our personality and closes off access to our inner world contributes to the creation and growth of those destructive drives. And didn't we say that the superego, being the representative of the boss hogs, as the suppression increases, the repression increases. So this is why I cannot, for the life of me, leave consciousness at the door in all of this conspiratorial research. It's impossible. They go together. They're absolutely intimately linked. And Ayn Rand says that man is the only living species that has the power to act as his own destroyer. And that is the way he has acted throughout most of history. Right? Cain and Abel. Creation's only happened and one of them's already a murderer. And the God, if you read the Bible, wasn't much better. Michael Staub says that Harvard psychiatrist Robert Coles went so far as to speculate in 1967 that there would never be an end to mental illness due to the advance in medical research, because mental illness, and he himself put the words in quotation marks, was a social problem involving the family, the nursery, the neighborhood, the nation, and its economic and political conditions. To treat the sickness of the individual, psychiatrists had first to concede the sickness in society, which they're not doing. Only a group called the post-Freudians, and then that group we discussed, the existential psychologists. And most of them are unheard of. Anna Freud created a neo-Freudian school where they put the entire focus on the superego. Fantastic research there. And they shifted their entire understanding of pathology. During Freud's time, it was thought that men went insane or schizophrenic or had hallucinations because of the id, right, the unconscious, bleeding over its protein content, its demonic stuff, into and flooding the ego. This was the diagnosis of insanity. By the time that Freud had died and his daughter took over, they realized, no, that is only in very rare cases. It is the superego chipping away and damaging the ego. And the whole movement changed, and it was actually called ego psychology. So if you look up on the web, ego psychology, Anna Freud, this is where they go. Major, major critics of our society. That's why you haven't heard of her. That's why you haven't heard of Otto Binswanger and Otto Rank. Ludwig Binswanger and Otto Rank and the others in that school. Or when you do hear of them, it's imbeciles who don't understand anything about psychology. But Theodore Roszak explains the basic ideology and their concept that you have to fix their imperfections. He says the astronautical image of man, and it is nothing but the quintessence of urban industrial society's pursuit of the wholly controlled, wholly artificial environment, amounts to a spiritual revolution. This is man as he has never lived before. It draws the line through human history that almost assumes the dimensions of an evolutionary turning point. So it has been identified by Teilhard de Chardin, a Jesuit by the way, who has given us the concept of the nous sphere, a level of existence that is to be permanently dominated by human intellect and planning, and which our species must now adapt if it is to fulfill its destiny. See, so the ideology that man is imperfect, A change is required, an evolutionary turning point in their scheme of things. The bloody object. They're heading towards it. Talking about meta-system transitions and organic computers and whatever. You get all the lingo. One group that's heavily involved in this is known as Principia Cybernetica, with these two creatures. And their basic ideology is, again, to evolve, and they call it their work is evolving a self-adjusting, self-improving machine. But they also speak in, it might not sound it right away, but they're speaking in occult or metaphysical terminology. This is what always fascinates me. They talk about moving towards what's known as an omega point. Well, omega in occult symbolism is Lucifer or Satan. You can choose whichever one, because that's not me saying that, that's official Christian theology. Alpha is Christ, Omega is the antithesis. And Omega is often used as a moniker for the devil, for the tempter. And these Jesuit-backed technocrats, techno-elites, are moving, as in their own words, towards this Omega point. Their terms are like a meta-system transition towards the global brain. It's just Dr. Frankensteinian pipe dreams. If anyone who's followed my Atlantis work, and they know about the alien blood, and I said we all have it, but some people are far more oriented towards it. Well, they got to keep busy too. That alien part of us needs to keep busy. The thing is, they get busy with millions of dollars behind them. That's why it's dangerous. I didn't mind if they play in their sandbox and leave everybody alone. Carry on. But this is another one. This Stephen Thaler, I just took one clip of this nonsense. Go on to Google and YouTube and type this in. I have the name from somewhere. Stephen Thaler, and he does his whole routine. And just turn down the volume and watch the amount of occult symbolism he uses with his hands and his body language. Then turn it up and listen to the same thing he's doing with his dialogue, right? It's all pseudo-mystical rhetoric laced with subliminal references to collective consciousness and to the global intelligence. Sounds all very highfalutin. One of the quotes he uses towards the end as he's building up this occult message, there's a line in which he says, there is an alien consciousness all around us. It's embedded in there, right? And then he describes himself as remember I said that the technocrats have taken over from religion? He says it himself. He says, I place myself between Darwin and creationism. Weren't these guys at loggerheads? Weren't these guys having pillow fights for the last hundreds of years? And now they reinvent themselves and says, yeah. What they're doing is taking the baton from where religion left off. They're very religious. They're very esoteric. They're very mystical. Very full of occultism. The body language alone is repulsive, what this character is doing, to attract your subconscious to what he's doing. Yeah, it's called in its image. Its image. It's in our face every day. If you look at advertisements like this, of which I have many, but we can only look at one. Connecting people. It sounds marvelous. Half the people who work for Nokia think that's great. That's their meme. They have dreams about that. They have that on their t-shirts and on their walls. They have mugs and goblets and ties and pins and number plates. Not one of them thinking, what does the word connecting imply? What are connected? There's a lot of stuff connected around here. What is it? It's not relating people. It's connecting people. Look at this. It's doublespeak. You connect gadgets. You connect machines. And you connect a bunch of self-murdered automatons, pseudo-cells. They get connected. There are many fallacies of scientism. I'll be dealing with them. I have dealt with them in the Disciples of Mysterium article, but working on a larger thesis there. A few we can only mention. That human and nature are distinct entities. That's the Cartesian fallacy. I'm here in my armchair and there's this thing, Rex Extensa, called the world. It's out there somewhere. And I'm going to analyze it from my armchair with my reason. And that and me. The big one, nature and man are imperfect. So, fix the imperfections. A very important one, less known, but a very important one, is in the future man will know perfection. That's how they smuggle in the collectivism. Because obviously, every scientist, either consciously or non-consciously, imagines himself as a test tube passing on the baton. Even an Einstein would agree, would admit that I am only one Einstein, I can't live forever. So it's a given that in science, one scientist is somewhat anonymous. You have the little pop star celebrity types, but mostly it's anonymous scientists working in a chain of command, passing on the work to others, right? What that means that no one individual has the whole truth. We need the whole group. And under that idea that we're moving towards a progress towards perfection, but it's a chain reaction, that you can't individually know perfection inside. Preposterous mystical nonsense, they'll say. But we will know it collectively and through a continuum of scientists who all focus on that goal and that light. A much more philosophical and ultimately disastrous one to their lie. The whole of science can be brought down by the philosopher we touched on earlier, Hume, David Hume, the Scottish philosopher, never to be mentioned, because his critique back in the 17th century still stands, by the way, and has only been strengthened by the discoveries of the quantum scientists. And that is that cause and effect, there's no connection between them scientifically provable at all. It was more deep and elaborate than that, but we can't go into it. But it's called the causality problem, showing that the connections between a cause and effect are purely hypothetical, and that even though legions of scientists from Hume's time have worked overnight, both in mathematics and geometry and astrophysics and whatever else, to try and find, especially in the mathematical world, to find that certainty, the four greatest mathematicians who set their minds to do it went insane. Some committed suicide and the rest were locked up. That's what happens when you're trying to find a back door into reality. Because what they can never understand is that there is no certainty in that way. The world that you look at, the natural order that you look at, changes as you look at it. It's a constant dance. It's a constant ballet. You look, you change. It changes from your looking. It's a constant ebb and flow, a constant, spontaneous, mutable thing that can never have an Archimedean point. So the certainty that they thought they were going to find obviously didn't come. And that caused a ruckus, a major meltdown from which arose Gaia theory and quantum theory and so many other theories, more fascinating, obviously. But here they are talking about the promises of complete understanding, collectivism, the future will know perfection, with record rates of depression and suicide all around the world. What's the reality? It's ludicrous. Really. Anthony Stevens in the 2 million-year-old self says, as educated members of Western society, we share a number of common assumptions. One of these is that we are potentially capable of knowing everything that is knowable. I talked about this in one of the talks I did. It's up on my Unslaved YouTube channel. It was done in California a year ago, I think, where I said, one life to live, infinite things to know. Obviously, something's wrong with that picture, and needs a radical rethink. Because either you have to say, then I am a single individual is incapable of knowing everything, that's the easy way out. Or you say, no. Like the Taoists and others have said, everything that is knowable can be known. But obviously not through a scientific or rational process. You can divide mankind into two, which one you believe. But it is a certainty that with one life to live and infinite things to know, we don't have the physical time. It can't be done in time. Now, we are shaken out of this illusion only when we begin to push knowledge to its limits and ask such questions as, is knowledge and how can we know anything? What is knowledge and how can we know anything? What existed before the universe came into being? Unanswerable. What is the essence of all creation? Why does anything exist at all? When we pose questions like this, the possibility begins to dawn on us that there may be things that lie beyond our capacity to grasp, know, or even imagine, let alone understand. What he's talking about there we'll look at more deeply in the solution section. I want you to remember this one because he's implying, he doesn't say it, a kind of humility, a kind of littleness. Now when you say the word littleness in English, it doesn't sound very good. But it is kind of a Clint Eastwood, a man must know his limitations kind of thing. And there's something very beautiful about it we'll explore later on. It's a humility and a littleness, but a grand and brilliant and beautiful littleness. We'll look at that later on. This section is vitally important to introduce something we just touched on in the past, but is central to my entire thesis. People who are taking notes might even want to say this is the thesis. We'll summarize them at the end, but this is one of the most important. We've been talking about the ancestral trauma. And we've been trying to talk about the etiology of the kind of evil and dysfunction that we see in the world today. We jumped over something monumentally important, which helps psychologists also. In normal psychology, most neurosis is, and pathology is tracked back to, obviously, anxiety. In fact, as you read, anxiety being, as Freud said, the center of all neurosis. But they're often more specific about it in daily life, and they link most neurosis back to shame and guilt. And I didn't talk about it earlier because it wasn't the place. Guilt is the emotion that we feel, or the mood that we experience when we've done a physical, perceivable, documentable misdemeanor against somebody or something. We feel guilt. Shame is not the same thing. Shame is the emotion that you feel when you and only you know that you have not lived up to your highest potential. In other words, that you've lived the inauthentic life. Now, they're very colored differently. But when you go back and take in the prehistoric, so many of the people within the scientific movement and psychoanalytical movement have no interest whatsoever. It's right at the top of my Disciples' Mysterium, first paragraph. I make this point, that these people have never factored in any of the stuff that we're talking about when we talk about prehistoric disaster, and they bloody well should do. Because one thing it will do is it will show you what the true etiology of neurosis and pathology is. It's not to say that shame and guilt are not involved. Person not living an inauthentic life, of course they're going to be in shame of that. Person does physical misdemeanors, of course they're going to be in guilt about that. But the real origins, the real seed of the tree, inverted, rotten tree of life of all pathology, goes further back to a thing that I describe as the antipathy to nature. And it's born out of the trauma. When nature erupted around our forebears, nature that was, relatively speaking, it's not that other cataclysms hadn't happened in the past, but for long tracts of time, people grew to respect nature, as we know our ancestors did. But when the titanic upheavals happened, obviously one of the after effects of that was a great and deep suspicion of nature itself. A breach had taken place. One can even read it in the fall of from the Edenic plane. That Mother Nature now had a dark side and was terribly threatening because of the horror and the cataclysm that had happened. It's the same thing today what happens when people, if they have like I grew up in Belfast, I can tell you all about it. These bomb attacks and scares, you see this all the time. Well, that kind of trauma magnified many times entered in and became a primal instinct. It became a primal drive within us, at the seat of our ego consciousness, a deep antipathy to nature itself. Over and above that, we still have an aesthetic appreciation, a fascination, a biological interest in animals. That's all overlaid on top of something. In our mythologies, the flood myth, and all of these other myths, there's a lot of this other pathology involved, right? Of course, it's non-conscious. But it is to be now considered, I believe, now this should be considered the root of all psychological derangement. Why are we talking about it in the section on scientism and technology? Because technology and scientism is one of the main symptoms of that pathology. You couldn't have technology and science as we know it today, being so ecocidal and so super rational and so anti-human, if this antipathy to nature did not exist. That's why the two are so divided. Whereas there's been many scientists who blended them together. We know their names. Also, globalism is a fulfillment. Globalism, to live inside the hive, to live inside an incarcerated Blake 7 hideous, air-conditioned dome. Glass buildings, armor, plate, glass to keep you away from nature. It's all rooted in it. And it was the calamity of the old world order that changed us. We felt like we were cast out of the garden, and we were infected with a deep, non-conscious suspicion toward nature. And for those who are already getting what I'm saying, when you see that nature and the self are one, look what the implication is. Infection with suspicion towards nature is infection and suspicion towards oneself. Another layer of pathology. And we'll talk about that in the solution section, because of what to do, how to unravel this knot. Because unless this knot is unraveled, this pathology, solving the guilt-shame number will help you, but it's not going to radically change civilization. It's just moving the furniture around. To fix the civilization, we have to go much deeper. But this is the fall. The fall, the true mythology of the fall is connected to this. The fall away from nature. Remember we said that you can junk the memory, but not the effects? The effects are large, hideous, big. Even so many movies deal with this, by the way. All those Poseidon Adventure, Charlton Heston stuff, even movies like The Fountain. You'll see this image in the Conan the Barbarians. Every movie you look at that is worth its salt, you will see this. Remember the story of Tolkien and Lord of the Rings and the elves, how they never lost the connection? I was saying the movie, I mean the book, of course. The man knew what he was talking about how our societies are divided, with those with a deep antipathy to nature and those who are one with it still, the very few, the last of the line. Max Frisch says that technology, yeah, it's the knack of so arranging the world you don't have to experience it. Nutshell. The divorce from nature is ultimately the divorce from self. We're alienated from both of them. And we become more mechanical in our thought as a result. In a great article, and I believe it's in the Reality Sandwich website, Caitlin McGrory says that a new study funded by the NIH and the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke involved subjects having their brains hooked up to a computer displaying two images. And through thought control, the subjects were able to make the computer display one image and discard the other. The technologizing of consciousness. How to fuse the man and the machine together. Constant research on that. E.F. Schumacher, the system of nature of which man is a part tends to be self-balancing, self-adjusting, self-cleansing. Not so with technology. The technical term for it is negentropia. Nature isn't plugged in. But there it is. There's the energy. The suns are burning, the stars are burning, the leaves are growing, but there's no socket. Our bodies grow and so on. So it's called a negentropia, self-sustaining. What I'm trying to emphasize is that can you please try to go into the mind of the... Try to think like Sherlock Holmes said, you know, think in the terms of the criminal. Can you imagine being offended and deeply, deeply threatened by the negentropia around you? Can you be threatened by the fact that you can't find the source of the energy and the power, and that you rival it? And then in some sort of Dr. Frankenstein way, you're seeking all the time for that plug. Well, that is what the scientism is all about. Rivalry, born out of what we're talking about. It's overwhelmingly obsessive. Remember we said that when we talk about the Umwelt, you can only adjust to it? Well, the scientist is not merely trying to adjust to it, is he? He is desperately trying to control it. But how does he control it? Destructively. Our attitude to the world outside us is largely hostile. We're forever conquering nature, space, mountains, deserts, bacteria, and insects instead of learning to cooperate with them in a harmonious order. In America, the great symbols of this conquest are the bulldozer and the rocket, the instrument that batters the hills to flat tracks for little boxes made of ticky-tacky, and the great phallic projectile that blasts the sky. Big game hunter here, big Tarzan, he says there's nothing more satisfactory than the complete flop of a running elephant shot in the brain. It's a pity the elephant doesn't have the gun. Remember that Crocodile Dundee thing with the kangaroo? How do you feel when he's, you know, flopping down with a bullet in his brain? But this bestial antipathy is on a microscopic level and on a higher level as well. Rudolf Barrow says that exactly 100 years ago, the rate of dying out of biological species began to increase exponentially, as a result of which, in the mid-1980s, a species vanished every day. And by the year 2000, this will have increased to a species every hour. We have monopolized the earth for our species alone. Talk about antipathy to nature. Ken Wilber says we are at present exterminating approximately 100 species a day. We are destroying the world's tropical forests at the rate of 1 football field per second. The planet instead is headed for disaster, and it is now possible for the first time in human history that owing entirely to man-made circumstances, not one of us will survive to tell the tale. If the earth is indeed our body and blood, then in destroying it, we are committing a slow and gruesome suicide. How can that be explained if you don't have an antipathy to nature, where you're responding to what apparently was Earth's violence towards us, you see? Now, of course, he's wrong on one point. Nature isn't going anywhere. No matter how destructive what you do on this planet, nature is barely affected. It is man who's going to become extinct. Now, our present environmental crisis is due primarily to a fractured worldview that drastically separates mind and body, subject and object, culture and nature, thoughts and things, values and facts, spirit and matter. human and non-human, a worldview that is dualistic, mechanistic, atomistic, anthropocentric, and pathologically hierarchical. A broken worldview that alienates men and women from the intricate web of patterns and relationships that constitute the very nature of life and earth and cosmos. Thing is, people have described that in umpteen books, but they never explain why. Why do we do it? Paul Shepard, in A Kind of Madness, says the change to a more hostile stance towards nature began about 5,000 and 10,000 years ago and became more destructive and less accountable with the progress of civilization. In hindsight, this change has been explained in terms of necessity or as a decline of ancient gods. But more likely, it was irrational and unconscious, a kind of failure in some fundamental dimension of human existence, a kind of madness. So some people are questioning what it is. Theodore Roszak, he says that the Atmospheric Science Research Center of Scotia, New York, reported in December 1969 that there was no longer a breath of uncontaminated air to be found anywhere in the North American hemisphere, and predicted that universal use of artificial respirators throughout America within 2 decades. Thor Heyerdahl, sailing the Atlantic on the Ra-2 expedition of 1970, reported finding not one oil-free stretch of water during the crossing. James Bell says that the World Conservation Union, the International Botanical Congress, and a majority of world's biologists believe that a global mass extinction already is underway. As a direct result of human activity, up to 1/5 of all living species, mostly in the tropics, are expected to disappear within 30 years. The speed at which species are being lost is much faster than any we've seen in the past, including those related to meteor collisions. University of Tennessee biodiversity expert Daniel Simberloff told the Washington Post, or that's what he told them, and in 1998, Harris poll of 5,000 members of the American Institute of Biological Sciences found 70% believed that what has been termed the 6th extinction is now underway. Right? Inner violence, inner dysfunction and mutilation, obviously, will manifest externally. So what's the alternative? Martin Heidegger, the German philosopher, it was one of the most extreme opponents of the scientism and technological, along with Ponty. His replacement for it, the relationship that we should be having with nature, he referred to as sorge, which is just basically translated as care. And it's born out of the idea that, of course, you understand that there's no division between you and nature. Eigenwelt is itself a product of the Umwelt, of nature. And primarily, as we'll see in solutions, this antipathy to nature absolutely must be healed. Meaning that each individual must know how to go and do something about it. And hopefully, we'll go into that. Out of this nonsense, not just you have scientism, but you've got this perversity of asceticism. It's bloody infantile. Oh, nature, yeah, evil, right? Got to transcend it. Give me a technique and a guru. Strangling in the webs in our efforts to be free. Agents in our own bloody annihilation. Which is age old, has been super successful. The one thing Susan Sontag said I do agree with is that reality has come to seem more and more like what we're shown by cameras. Well, then it's not reality then anymore, is it? Many people have asked me about that in the work on symbolism, and my answer partly is always the same, is that we've been gutted and raped of our archetypal reservoir, so they give it back. All that welter of sexual and symbolic, all the symbolism, the color, the occult symbolism, is basically a feeding of us what we've been raped from within. That's why we're actually attracted to it. It's just not a reality anymore, it's a virtual reality. That media stuff is to offset total psychological breakdown. Because they know better than anyone that you can only rape the consciousness of people to a certain degree. You can't do it completely, then you have a pathological creature on your hands. So, hence the bread and circuses, which is... And that's why it has the power to entrain us, because we are seeing in it, in these movies and these dramas and the scenarios and the symbolism that's being used, is deeply enigmatic to us, deeply attractive. Now, the whole force of urban industrialism upon our tastes is to convince us that artificiality is not only inevitable, but better, says Theodore Roszak. Researchers on behalf of an independent television commission in the UK and in the United States and the Netherlands are developing immersive television, a new generation television to give the viewer a sense of actually being there in the depicted scene. The TV has become your reality. Remember we talked about the kids especially have been guilty about repressing the inner aggression and anger, which is 9 times out of 10 perfectly healthy. Look what is happening with them trying to process it. You're not allowed to speak it, you're not allowed to process it, you're not allowed to even think about it. Well, you can go out and exterminate as many enemies as you want, and rape as many women as you want, virtually. And many of these games, as the enemy and the rival is a secret society. The Illuminati are even an adversary or some kind of secret society beings, secret cabals, right? Look how that it works. They're even telling the kids, yeah, we're your enemy. Fight us virtually all you want. Commit genocide 20 times a day if you feel like it. It's hours of fun. And this technology, you see, one of the other attractors of it, it does permit you, by all the gadgetry and so on, it permits you to imagine yourself as the highest being in creation. Everything is lesser than you. As it says in the tarot cards, we have the hermit. He's the technician who stands at the top of his mountain. He's actually in a very weak position, but he looks down. He has a little light, a little lamp, a little light. It's the mental light. That's why it's held at the top of a staff. Staff representing the spine, and the light, the lantern at the top is the cerebral ego light. And it barely, in the Aleister Crowley deck, it barely pierces the darkness. It's a very ineffectual light. It doesn't shine up nature's mysteries. It only shines up a little bit. But that's sufficient to the technician who wishes to probe from his Archimedean point the mysteries of reality with his reason. But he's in the dark. But you don't need to vent your aggression. Just keep on repressing it. Have this big Cheshire grin, ascend to happiness. Have this big grin on your face. You're a pseudo-self, so we can sell you a pseudo-peace. A pseudo-satisfaction. And the existentially dead person accepts it. You can drink it in a bottle. When we were coming through the airport in Australia, there was this sign on the wall, and it said, "The world belongs to those who see its potential." We had to hustle, so we couldn't take a photograph of it and keep moving, right? The world belongs to those who see its potential. Not the world belongs to those who see their own potential. That's scientism for you. And the malls are like temples. You know, this is one in Manchester, a huge thing like Palace of Versailles or whatever, you know, temple, the Aztec temples over here, and the Pizza Hut's like some sort of altar of sacrifice from the... I had to take a piss, I went into the toilets. It's like the Temple of Dendera. You're taking a piss, you get ISIS looking down at you. Very disconcerting. Very disconcerting. Jerry Mander says, "Our environment itself is the manifestation of the mental processes of other humans. Of all species of the planet and all the cultures of the human species, we 20th century Americans have become the first in history to live predominantly inside projections of our own minds." And the technical term for that was coined by the French philosopher Jean Baudrillard, simulacra. The man who lives in a plastic world ends up becoming just as artificial and plastic as the world he designs for himself. It's also known as hyper-reality. Simple things like, for instance, talking to somebody through a gadget is a form of hyper-reality. You talking about a sitcom or TV show as if they're your family or you're involved in the drama is a form of hyper-reality. There's many versions of it. Disneyland is a hyper-reality. The casinos are a hyper-reality. These big extopias, those big incredible... say imagine you're on a yacht in Dubai, one of those yachts. but they have a screen of the yacht that you're on it. That's like that. And so on. Hyperrealities. And when you go into it, the trouble is that you get into the hyperreality and you can't remember what is the real reality, because the hyperreality mimics so-called reality, official reality, real reality, so precisely that in the end, you're befuddled, you're lost in the maze. You can't tell what's the hyperreality and the real reality. And that's what is happening to the kids now. You know, in fact, even the simple act of believing a show on TV, this is being filmed. So these poor suckers who are watching this now on the camera 5, 10, 15 years later, hyper-reality. It isn't now, but you thought it was. Every time we sit and watch a TV show, right? And we think that's in real time, but it's not, if it's not in real time. So hyper-reality is used in semiotics and postmodern philosophy to describe a hypothetical inability of consciousness to distinguish reality from fantasy, especially in technologically advanced postmodern cultures. Hyperreality is a means to characterize the way consciousness defines what is actually real in a world where a multitude of media can radically shape and filter an original event or experience. Jean Baudrillard in particular suggests that the world we live in has been replaced by a copy world where we seek simulated stimuli and nothing more. Many movies, the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie where he goes to Mars, what was that called? Total Recall. That plays on this, and many others as well. The Matrix. Connecting people. Friends. I got lots of friends. I'm not friends now. Some bugger emails me he's a friend. I thought friend meant something else. I guess I was completely wrong. From the dawn of civilization onwards, crowds have always undergone the influence of illusions. It is to the creators of illusions that they have raised more temples, statues, and altars than any other class of men, says Gustave Le Bon. Eric Fromm says that what has happened in modern industrial society is that traditions and common values and genuine social personal ties with others have largely disappeared. The modern masked man is isolated and lonely, even though he's part of a crowd. He has no convictions which he would share with others, only slogans and ideologies he gets from the communications media. In other words, the immersion has been successful. Fromm says, in the cybernetic age, the individual becomes increasingly subject to manipulation. His work, his consumption, and his leisure are manipulated by advertising, by ideologies, by what Skinner calls positive reinforcements. Right? You become a machine, you'll be treated like one. The individual loses his active, responsible role in the social process. He becomes completely adjusted and learns that any behavior, act, thought, or feeling which does not fit into the general scheme puts him at a severe disadvantage. In fact, he is what he is supposed to be. A couple more in this section here. Fromm saying that another feature of the cybernetic man, his tendency to behave in a routinized, stereotyped, and unspontaneous manner, is to be found in a more drastic form in many schizophrenic obsessional stereotypes. So we're already starting off with a kind of schizophrenia. They're making it worse. I've even mentioned many times that the whole culture of physical health, the work machines, you know, the weightlifting machines and all of that gadgetry is so mechanical for a purpose to give you this routinized idea of your own body. A very mechanical, armored idea of health. But as I said before, we're halfway there. Our domestic roles, we're so immersed in them. We're hurrying to our graves as if we're eager to get to them. And then we get a break with a life of servitude to the clock. We're hail the masters for the recreation. Right? We sacrifice vocation, and we have accepted a little bit of recreation. Sell our souls for it to break the monotony. And that recreation is approved as well. And Gerrymander says, it has only been 2 generations since artificial light became so widespread that we moved into artificially lighted environments. Now, most of the light we ingest through our skin and eyes is artificial. We are starved for some natural light spectra, and we have overdosed on those spectra that come from artificial light, incandescent, fluorescent, mercury, vapor, sodium, television, and others. Indeed, about 90% of the total emission of an incandescent lamp lies in the infrared. The global village will even be worse. You know, I'm waiting until the day where they're going to patent the rain. In Australia, if it rains, they say, look, it's got a stamp, Aussie rain. Hands off. For an eco-psychology, Nothing serves as a more telling symptom of our collective state of soul than this urban habitat, which has bounced on the edge of psychopathology since its beginning. The industrial city might seem as the collective body armor of our culture, a pathological effort to distance us from close contact with the natural continuum from which we evolved. And we want it, because each person who's infected with that antipathy to nature, albeit non-conscious, is in some sense leaning towards this and may have no choice. Eric Fromm brilliantly says that death is no longer symbolically expressed by unpleasant-smelling feces or corpses, the necrophilia. Its symbols of the necrophilia are now clean, shining machines. We're in one. And the reality behind this antiseptic facade becomes increasingly visible. Man, in the name of progress, is transforming the world into a stinking and poisonous place. He pollutes the air, the water, the soil, the animals, and himself. And he's doing this to a degree that has made it doubtful whether the earth will still be livable within 100 years from now. One of the other terms, as we said, is governmentality. We'll look at paternalism. That's another word to look up. Corporatocracy. And in the solution section, we're going to look at another classic one, very important word, adultism. Adultism. One of the boss hogs and senior brainchilds behind all this nonsense, Dr. Jose Delgado, psychopath extraordinaire, he says we need a program of psychosurgery for political control of our society. The purpose is the physical control of the mind. Everyone who deviates from the given norm can be surgically mutilated. The individual may think that the most important reality is his own existence, but this is only his personal point of view. So much for your individualism. This lacks historical perspective. Man does not have the right to develop his own mind. This kind of liberal orientation has great appeal. We must electronically control the brain. Someday armies and generals will be controlled by electronic stimulation of the brain. Fromm says that behaviorist theory does not interest itself in the subjective forces which drive man or to behave in a certain way. It is not concerned with what he feels, but only with how he behaves, and in the social conditioning that shapes his behavior. And why not? If we're all on strings, if we remain infantile, they're almost right. Thomas Hobbes, important person to know, is one of the architects of this kind of thinking. Human activities, human beings are physical objects, is the Hobbesian point of view. According to sophisticated machines, all of whose functions and activities can be described and explained in purely mechanistic terms. Even thought itself, therefore, must be understood as an instance of the physical operation of the human body, right? The physicalist. Sensation, for example, involves a series of mechanical processes operating within the human nervous system by means of which the sensible features of material things produce ideas in the brain of the human beings who perceive them. I mean, it's just beyond belief. Describing a human being in terms of a machine. The high priests of physicalism. And then this great intellect goes on to say that the state of peace among men living side by side is not the natural state. The natural state is one of war. Remember we were talking about the pathology of people in a total state of psychic deremption, and as I said, everything they touch turns to discords. Well, this priceless piece of wisdom that this guy's just given us is his consciousness. How can a man who's at peace within make a statement like that? Thomas Hobbes and the favorite technique of the time. Or Thomas Hobbes used the favorite technique of the time, pure reason, to try and deduce the origins of the social and political structures that held the world together. He made the case that in the state of nature, man was governed by nothing but his own appetites and aversions and was free to do anything to get what he wanted, including murdering his neighbor. In short, humanity lived in a benighted state of war. For humankind to escape from the homicidal pursuit of self-interest that was our natural inclination, social regulation had to be imposed from on high by a sovereign. You think that was written in the 1700s? We got the modern thing walking loose today. Daniel C. Dennett, so-called professor. The individual cells that compose you are alive, but we now understand life well enough to appreciate that each cell is a mindless mechanism, a largely autonomous micro-robot no more conscious than a yeast cell. Until fairly recently, this idea of a rather magical extra ingredient was the only candidate for an explanation of consciousness that even seemed to make sense. For many people, this idea, dualism, is still the only vision of consciousness that makes any sense to them. But there is now widespread agreement among them, scientists and philosophers, that dualism must be simply false. We are each made of mindless robots and nothing else. He's talking about himself. No non-physical, non-robotic ingredients at all. These are the masters of deception, the paid high priests of the global village. They'll go to any lengths to do this. As I said, the machines. Cybernetic man is so alienated that he experiences his body as an instrument for success. If you're against nature, you're against the self. So his body now must look youthful and healthy. It is experienced narcissistically as the most precious asset on the personality market. And the media is constantly selling this mechanistic ideology. Remember, human rather than being. We fall for it. And as I said, give them a chance. They're going to sell us the aging idea. Well, wait a minute, what comes with that? Immortality? Do you realize that that's completely unsustainable? If an emotional being was to live for maybe more than 100 years and it was immortal, they would die. Because your emotions don't allow you to live very long. Because conscience is painful. And an immortal man, like they show in The Day the Earth Stood Still or whatever, could not live that long with the pain and suffering of really existing. Because the pain of conscience, and the Highlander movie, seeing the deaths and the world, even the philosophical, the angst that you see, is crushing to the human spirit. You couldn't live much longer. So when they're selling you an idea of immortality, they're selling it to a non-human. As we said in the beginning, a being that doesn't exist. Purely human, no being. A conscienceless being is the only one that can be a god or an immortal. Tyranny, the anatomy of tyranny, now we switch gears and start looking more at the anatomy of selfhood. Because that is ultimately what we want to return to. Everything else is a subset of that. Other change is a subset of that. When the psyche split and the ego was born, it was born out of a necessity, the necessity to alleviate the trauma. It's classic. Split the mind, box it off, lock it up, put it in the attic, and carry on. That was the remedy at the time. But as any psychologist knows, that schizophrenia is not necessarily a solution to the problem, is it? We made ourselves sicker. We were sick, we wanted to get away from it, and we made ourselves even sicker in the process of trying to try and find healing. But it's not true healing. And never to forget also that when I talk about a trauma, we are all individually smarting from it. It was yesterday, it was that short time ago. And so the human psyche is still reeling from the shock. But we start by shifting gears. And I want to introduce a word that, to me, other than know thyself, which I think is the greatest words ever written, and if you understand what the depth of what they mean, you can dispense with most of the scriptures of the world. And in fact, the scriptures are great because they even contain that very sentiment in them. But to me, one of the greatest, second greatest words in the human language is imagination. And perhaps we don't fully understand what is meant by that amazing term. Imagination is basically it describes the landscape that is the Eigenwelt. So all the processes in totality that go on within, and we'll look at them in more detail in a minute. Imagination is basically that kaleidoscope. Everybody's internal landscape is different. Some have a wintry landscape, some have a solar, it's all different. No two people's inner landscape is the same by any means, even though we've talked about the forces that come in to make it so. Imagination is in everyone. Even psychopaths have it. Ted Bundy had it. No matter how destructive you are, you have, in fact, one could say they have a bit of a two. Their imagination is a bit out of control, in fact. The point being that imagination is in everyone. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Everybody fantasizes, everybody has wish fulfillment, and a lot of us have a creative or spiritual drive as well. So it's there, even in the most destructive of people. It's a miraculous thing, and it's rarely marveled, rarely cherished. But the thing is that just as an external landscape can be beautiful, as they are, or ugly, as the case may be, so can the inner landscape also be either beautiful or very ugly. Now, imagination, the properties of imagination are, of course, very miraculous. A stone doesn't sit thinking what it's like to be a man, but you, a man or woman, can contemplate or imagine what it's like to be a stone. You can imagine riding a horse even if you've never ridden one. You can imagine what it's like to go to the Crusades, or deep sea dive, or fly up into the stars. It allows you to project your consciousness into the future even, helping you to attain those goals that we spoke of earlier on. Nietzsche pointed out that, we don't create our own thoughts. They come to us out of the abyss. And God created the universe out of nothing. Thoughts are created every day out of nothing. He said it's almost presumptuous to say, I think. You're sort of taking the credit for something that almost happens spontaneously. There's another action going on. And so in other words, your imagination is when the universe is speaking to you. People speak to you from the outside. The universe communicates to you through the imagination body. The body being the receiver. The church father Origen said, you yourself are even another little world, and have within you the sun, the moon, and also the stars. William Blake, the English poet, said that in your own bosom you bear your heaven and earth, and all you behold. Though it appears without, it is within. In your imagination, of which this world of mortality is but a shadow. He's not like some Eastern mystic saying, then pay no attention to this shadowy lower world. He doesn't mean that at all. He just said, as in contrast to what you can create for yourself within. The external world of what other people put together and other people create is of a lesser level. He goes on to say that the eternal body of man is the imagination. So that which is eternal within you is the imagination. The imagination, he says, rises from the mind's abyss and seeks more expanded senses than the five making up that abyss. If I had to say, I want to know what it is to ride a horse. If you have to physically go and find one, bring it in here, I've got to get on it, learn a bit, and then ride it, it takes time. You have to bring the horse across a certain distance. So time, distance, space, and speed are all involved in a physical act. In here, it's out of time. It happens instantaneously. I'm already doing it, but as soon as you think of it. And the imagination says, well, I could ride Pegasus, a white horse with wings across the sky, a creature that doesn't even exist. We've already transcended the limitations of time through the imagination. But Blake was aware, as others are aware, that opening the doors of perception, a lot of people don't want to do that. And he understood also that there was reasons why people didn't want to do that. Why would the toxic person open the doors to something that's going to make them feel even more foul and filthy? They don't want to open the door, the portal to the universal intelligence, because they might, in fact, suffer considerable mental derangement and breakdown from that activity. Now, D.W. Winnicott, a psychologist, American psychologist, said, can you see the one essential way in which science and intuition contrast with each other? True intuition can reach to a truth in a flash, whereas in science, the whole truth is never reached. So the other quality, remember we spoke about either in one short life with everything to know, you either give up knowing everything or you try something else, a completely different, quantum, spontaneous, holographic, holotropic download system. Or even perhaps, like Socrates said, there is no learning, it is all remembrance. You already are it. Sigmund Freud said, the decisive rules of logic don't apply in the unconscious. We could call it the empire of the illogical. It doesn't run along the same lines. That's why science can never fathom it. Robert Temple says that the beginnings of the concept of dissociation are commonly attributed to Pierre Janet in 1889. Janet's interpretation is that systems of ideas are split off from the major personality and exist as a subordinate personality, unconscious, but capable of becoming represented in consciousness through hypnosis. Janet was the first to introduce the term subconscious to refer to a level of cognitive functioning out of awareness that could on occasion become conscious. This non-conscious realm is the habitat, the abode of the imperial self we were talking about. It's partly a wasteland into which the imperial self has been thrown. Or alternatively, it is from that place that the imperial self speaks. It speaks from that realm. In 1890, the psychologist Dr. Morton Prince remarked on the possibility of there being, normally in all of us, a lower stratum of consciousness which is alive to everything about us while our upper minds are busy. Remember, the ego is facing outwards into the world. And by the way, the vast majority of Sigmund Freud's theories on the conscious and the unconscious and its dynamics, and even the libido and the will to power and all of these different concepts, are all prefigured in several philosophers that you know the name of, but it was never recognized. Freud's work was an enormous debt to, first of all, Arthur Schopenhauer, where almost every major Freudian concept is in Schopenhauer, and Freud read Schopenhauer, and secondly, Friedrich Nietzsche. And I'm not talking to a small degree, I mean to a very, very astounding degree. Just that's a side note. Now Heraclitus, on the unconscious, said, you could not reach the ends of the psyche, though you went the whole way, so deep is its nature. So your compasses and protractors and meters and psychotherapies, all of this is merely surface. Freud himself said, nothing can be brought to an end in the unconscious. Nothing is past and forgotten. He's talking about the ancestral wisdom reservoir, which contains, as I said, the scars and the wreck and ruin, but also something vastly more infinite than that, the whole reservoir of the world's experience. What kind of experience? We'll talk about in a minute. The greatest psychologist of that era, a man whose genius is hard to even put into words, George Grodek, again largely unknown because of the work that he did. He was a pioneer of psychoanalysis, and you should look up his name and study him, because this man was absolutely incredible when it came to healing. Grodek says from his own book, the book of the It, which just means the book of the subconscious, the id, it must not be forgotten that the brain, and therefore the intellect, is itself created by the id. Long before the brain comes into existence, the it of man, right, the id, the subconscious, of man is already active in thinking without the brain, since it must first construct the brain before it can use it to think with. This is the fundamental point, and one we are inclined to ignore or forget. In the assumption that one thinks only with the brain is to be found the origin of 1,001 absurdities, the origin also of many valuable discoveries and inventions, much that adorns life and much that makes it ugly. Positioning the brain as the center of nucleus, big mistake. Over and against the it, there stands the ego, that's the conscious mind, the I, which I take to be merely the tool of the it, but which we are forced by nature to regard as its master. So it makes a lot of noise, as we said. It's waving you over here, hey, I'm the boss. Actually, you're just the doorkeeper. The German philosopher Leibniz said that it is a great source of error to believe that there is no perception in the soul besides those of which it is conscious. So the unconscious concept goes way back. Theodore Roszak says the id is that very proto-human psychic core that our evolution has spent millions of years molding to fit the planetary environment. Its seeming unruliness deserves a deeper understanding, if only because it grows from a long evolutionary history. In the course of that history, its dominant characteristics must have been selected for some good reason. He's just saying that the thing is absolutely ancient. The ego is new, subjectivity is new, pathology is new. But we house an ancestral intelligence that is unmined, untapped, except by the few geniuses. Roszak goes on to say that id conserves from its long maturing process our treasury of ecological intelligence. Its intractability stems from its deeply ingrained resistance to all social forms that endanger the harmony of the human and the natural. Its untamed selfishness represents a bond between psyche and cosmos whose distant origins reach back to the initial conditions of the Big Bang. So the resistance, of the unconscious to being changed or being chained is because it has its own agenda. You can't invite an angel into a bird box. Just as there is a wisdom of the body, he says, which often has a better sense of health than medical science, so too there may be the wisdom of the id that knows what sanity is better than any school of psychiatry, whose standard of normality is essentially a defense of misconceived social necessity. Research has shown, this is Robert Temple saying this, research shows that even under deep hypnosis, part of the mind remains aware. Deep hypnosis. I don't know if most people even understand what that means. They have a grade. And this grade is very interesting because there's only certain suggestible types that can go into this deep form of hypnosis. But for years and years and years, they've studied them. And hypnotists have loosely referred to this deep, subtle field of awareness. Guess what? The self. Well, wait. Rewind. I thought there's no such thing as the self in the I. Or you'd meet the average common or garden skeptic going, that's all a bunch of crap. Well, too bad. The evidence has come in from you know who these people are? SRI, Stanford Research Institute. And their related orgs. Millions of dollars put into this. And they all finally come up with, don't really want to admit this, but guess we better. The self exists. And it's not a social construct. In fact, it resists all forms of control from the external. The term that they used for it is the hidden observer. When these people are put back into hypnotic trances, they know, they can sense, they can hear. It's not physical, of course, it's very remote, it's very intuitive, but they can hear the voice of the therapist to a certain point. And then they go deeper where that reality completely cuts off. And that's quite deep, that's very, very deep. Then they sense themselves, even under a state of hypnosis. And then they sense the other. And after a long period of time, they come up with the term the hidden observer. It's nothing more than the self. As for the deep self, presumed to be identical with Hilgard's hidden observer, standing partially outside of time, there is a great deal of evidence for this phenomenon. Well, shit, guess they just forgot to tell us that in school, huh? Bit of an oversight. It's forgivable. Bashing you over the head with the Bible and everything else, but just forgot to tell you you are it. The fullest account of it is in the remarkable book, Divided Consciousness, by one of America's most noted psychologists, Professor Ernest Hilgard. In his book, Hilgard points out that the very word profound comes from the Latin profundus, meaning near the bottom. Near the bottom? Well, the bottom, what have the Christians done to up and down and bottom and I? Near the bottom is, ooh. That's all Dante's Inferno, Bela Lugosi and all that. Yay. Now we find out the abode of the self is down below, as so many legends and myths had said. Greg D. Jacobs, another one of these insiders who's forced, by the way, you can really see this when you read the book, good as it is in parts. They got no choice left. It's not because these people are not saying this stuff because they want to, it's because they bloody well have to. Because the other paradigm has run aground badly. It's been shot full of holes. So Greg Jacobs, right, in his book, he calls it The Ancestral Mind. The ancestral mind arose long before logic or language appeared, and because it came online first, it has maintained its ability to operate as a separate system, quite independent of the thinking mind. The ancestral mind learned to communicate emotional information intuitively, non-verbally, and non-consciously over the course of millions of years. Pity his forebears in the universities didn't admit this. And much of the emotional communication between people today is still non-verbal and unconscious. It was the work of neuroscientist Joseph Ledoux that provided the physiological evidence for the key role played by the unconscious processing in our emotional life. His research not only confirmed the functioning of the ancestral mind, quite apart from the thinking mind, but also demonstrated that the brain itself gives priority to unconscious messages from this older part of us. Jung says, we know that the mask, remember we earlier said that vast majority of the people in the world, for very clear reasons to them, don't want any contact with that realm. That's why we're all living out here entangled in the domestic minutiae. Jung explains why. He says, we know that the mask of the unconscious isn't rigid. It reflects the face we turn toward it. Hostility lends it a threatening aspect. Friendliness softens its features. There you are. It's specular. It's specular. It's purely magical. If you approach it with false curiosity, fear, anxiety, anger, aggressiveness, evil intent, you'll meet demons. And they do. If you turn the other face towards it, of confidence, love, understanding, you see, and fearlessness, you meet your angels. But that is a wall. That is Chakari. That is the place of the final frontier. To cross over there, you will stand on the ground that will morph under your feet into what you are. Right? Saibak met himself and wept that he had been duped. So it is with us. The face we meet of God is our projection of ourselves. So if you go in there with the wrong intent, watch out. And that is why that realm is closed off to a vast majority of people in this world. Because this one statement is absolutely monumental. It's one of the greatest statements ever anybody could make. Because it throws all these lies about the unconscious and the soul into the dirt. That thing is mercurial in every sense of the word. Jung says it. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to stop from facing their souls. Then I have a question about those kinds of people. And we'll be exploring exactly that kind of person in Age of Manipulation 3, in Psychic Vampirism. Nietzsche says, look, why does man not see things as they are? Because he himself is standing in the way. He conceals things. The surrealist artist Magritte said that everything we want to look at conceals something else we want to look at. Again, talking about the unusualness of perception. But what is Nietzsche talking about? He's talking about the social persona. That's what stands in the way, right? That pseudo-self, that counterfeit self is standing in the way of a direct relationship with things. Back to the main theme, because this is the key to freedom, how to unlock this antipathy to nature, which has caused so much pain and destruction and aggression in the world. Again, as we say, it came from the prehistoric trauma. Not only does this concept allow us to improve upon those psychological theories, as we said, instead of shame and guilt, we can track this whole thing back to antipathy to nature. But as I alluded to before, it goes much deeper than just antipathy to nature. Given that we finally click, we twig it, that self and nature are one. So it's a Ouroboros. The antipathy to nature is ultimately, as you just heard, they've all talked about how our mind was fashioned over millions of years by what? Nature. It is nature. The body is obviously nature. We didn't create it. So in this antipathy that, yes, ostensibly, technically is, externalized to nature itself, it is ultimately reflected in our relationship to ourselves. It's reciprocal. It's a feedback loop. And that is a certainty. It's not negotiable. that antipathy towards nature is antipathy towards the self, and this is the fall. This is the true fall, the fall from nature. Rollo May says that self implies world and world self. There is neither without the other. And each is understandable only in terms of the other. The German rationalist, philosopher Friedrich Schelling said it in fantastic term. He said, fantastic way, nature is visible spirit. Spirit is invisible nature. One could say in New Age terminology, nature around you is your Merkaba, your aura. Everyone talks about auras. Well, your aura is the whole universe of which you were always at the center. Every single human being occupies the center of the universe, by the way. The Native American Indians understood this with their medicine wheel. And it happens to be a fact. Obviously, the trauma that started all of this, including the genetic interference, is many thousands of years ago. Whether it was 13,500 or 50, it's really irrelevant, isn't it? So we can't physically, in some sort of Doctor Who scenario, go back physically to that place and undo the knot. That's fiction. And as a matter of fact, you don't even have to. There's other ways to collapse time. Remember that thing we started off with? The imagination. Now you're going to find out how important it is and why it's so absolutely superior to any form of technology. Is because that imagination that can do things with time, right, allows you not to go back in time, but to bring the trauma here to you now. You do the opposite. It's like something out of the martial arts. We can't go back physically, but we can bring the trauma to consciousness here, where we are now. Bring it in front of us. Call it in front of you to deal with it. Once you know that it is a problem, right? So you don't regress. That's deadly. Some people have tried that. The Jim Morrison types, those who plunge in, to swim around in the abyss. I understand it. I understand it. But it doesn't work. Because the waters are too powerful. The river Leve is too powerful. Thor had to hang on to dear life to the rowan tree because the gales were blowing him away. So the rowan became sacred to the Arya because the god clung to it for dear life as he negotiated the trials of the underworld. Odin lost an eye. Horus lost an eye. Mortally wounded. Mortally wounded. You don't need to do that. You don't regress, you invert. You bring the trauma back. And you do that by simply stepping out into nature and say hello. Because nature is eternal. Nature is timeless. So even though the trauma that existed that made the rend between us, right, was technically, historically, a long time ago, it certainly wasn't in our personal life, so what, are we just stuck with it then? No. Each individual has imagination, this ability to constellate and concertina the time of history. And go out, not to surf, bungee jump, and skydive, or do the other preposterous bullshit that people do when they walk out into nature so their dog can take a piss. No, no, no. This going out is different. This day, you leave the fishing rod behind. This day you go for the first time as if you were doing it millennia ago. And you open dialogue, ultimately with yourself, but you do it to nature, to her. You go and say, hello, I'm back. And you will be. The moment that you do it, you will be, because she's waiting to talk to you. The conversation is long overdue, but she's very, very patient and has waited for each one of us to return. And you sit down and you have a tete-a-tete under the stars or under the sun, it's your choice. Beside the sea, on a rock, under a mushroom, wherever you want to do. It's your garden, it's your place. You pick the time and you go. It's not the going, it is the way that you go. Because that is the unconscious that we spoke of just a few minutes ago. So when you walk into it, how you walk is of unimaginable importance. The whole thing rests in how you walk that road. If you want the right angels to come, don't you have to signal the right call? Don't you have to press the right button? Don't you have to sing the right song? Now, from death. But what oneness can we have with the earth when we have no such oneness, no such relationship with ourselves? Now for the true investigation of the solutions. When we spoke about imagination being a totality of experience, that's a magical act. A magical act is one that affects you physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, the lot, in one. Actually, very few things do that. Nature, obviously. Music is another. It becomes hard to think of any other. There are other ones, of course. The center of Nietzsche's teachings, it almost becomes a joke to think how this man was so utterly misinterpreted. It's almost a subject in itself. It would make you weep. The center of his theories of consciousness, of the whole problem of existence, and technically he is an existentialist, is this concept of getting out of this, getting out of the reason, getting out of the mind, deconstructing all this nonsense, all the religion, all the mysterium. But what good are you if you don't replace it with something else? Well, if you read a lot of Nietzsche people, you'd think he never replaced it with anything else. You'd think this man ran around with a sledgehammer, debunking and destroying and, breaking down and slandering and histrionics. And yet, quite the reverse. And nothing could be further from the truth. He replaced it with what you might want to refer to as the aesthetic experience, the aesthetic life, the aesthetic experience, the ecstatic life, in fact. And that is because in each individual's life, even a child, but think back to the primitive man. These two things now run along parallel. You have the Hegelian historical process, when what we're going to describe happened to the first man somewhere back when. And it also happens coterminously in the individual life of an individual stereotypical person. And that is this act of one day, while you're plowing the field, milking the goat, or even watching your army proceed to war, bringing water from the well, something happens. If you watch the movie Fearless with Jeff Bridges, he goes through it on the airplane that's about to crash. Suddenly, a man or a woman looks up, a child looks up, and is struck with something. And it's called awe of the unimaginable beauty of a sunset, or the unimaginable beauty of the ocean, or the flowers, or something in the spring air. And that awe response is not mental. It's total. It's of the imagination, and it's what's known as aesthetic experience. And in fact, our very first link with the universe, the first opening of the communication portal, was that. The universe spoke to us by its pure beauty. And Nietzsche was incredibly conscious of this, to such an extent that he became obsessed with it. And to him, anything but this experience was livid, morbid, and vile. And when one understands this, you understand why the man was a few shillings short of a pound note. You understand it. Why he wanted to throw the moneylenders out. And he couldn't think of how to rip it down. How do you tear this lie down? Now this awe doesn't happen rationally. You're not measuring the sun, thinking how far is it, is the ocean going in or out? Let me analyze the green color of it, or this is the Pacific Ocean, not the Atlantic, let me tell you all about it. It's none of that stuff. It's something immediate. It's something awesome, right? Now, we're working with people who are trying to limit it down, package it, or virtualize it. And what is the tool that you use for all of this magic? Simple perception. Nothing rational required, simple perception. As a matter of fact, the aesthetic experience was the origin of science. First, man had the awe. This is brought up by Hegel, concedes this. That when man looked up and saw the beauty of the mountains and the mist and the clouds, or the animals and the dew on the deer, right? And he saw it, or the beauty of a tree. That is the origin of the curiosity that later led to science. So these bloody scientists don't realize that it is this totality of experience that gave rise to that which is their scientism. Because that is how you got curious about what that thing is, and went to look at it and fondle it and discover it and understand it. And in the end, make it symbolic for you, you see. The horse, the lion, all of this. The fascination that became science opened up with an immediate, full brain, omnipotent, plastic, omnidirectional response that Nietzsche was absolutely devoted to. His philosophy is total about this. That's when you hear all this rhetoric about the Dionysian and the Apollonian and all of this nonsense that people have misinterpreted. This is what he was exploring, and he was caught up in it. Alvin Boyd Kuhn says that thinking which does not start from and continue in close relation to its foundation in the physical universe must lead to falsity. When that cord is severed, when man is not using the earth to instruct him, when he's being guided by the misguided, how could it possibly lead to anything but the disaster that we see all around us today? Nature is the instructor. So, as these people like Nietzsche understood, we're not thinking. Heidegger says the most thought-provoking thing in our thought-provoking time is that we are still not thinking. And boy, is he right, because thinking for him is not some mechanical action of the brain that some computer is going to do tomorrow. And my little magical 8-level chess set can do pretty much as good as I can. No. Thinking is something vaster than that. He too was speaking about this aesthetic response. Now, a spontaneous response to nature's vastness and beauty is fundamental to healthy, authentic existence. It is a direct and total experience involving mind, heart, and body. It is not contrived and is, in fact, the self responding to its own majesty. When you go out to her, you're looking in a mirror, by the way. Now, the aesthetic response is possible because of what we are, not what we have become. Of course, the designs of our cities, again, I emphasize this, the designs of our towns, our cities, prevents this. Nobody's going to sew on a button today, let alone dig a well. There's no artisans anymore. We're not truly productive. We know nothing about the earth. In fact, as I said, kind of joking about it, our relationship with nature is almost recreational to an incredible degree. But that's not a relationship with nature. Catherine Froger, an expert on Nietzsche, she says that it is important that human beings maintain a kind of awe with respect to the greater whole of which we are a part, since this not only provides us with an important fountain of meaning, but also prevents us from trying to engage in destructive conquest of the world, which is our home. The sensibility and capacity, once awakened, is the main characteristic that serves to separate one human being from another. This is my writing. So I'm saying that you can divide people. We've spoken about 2 or 3 ways to divide the human race. This is another one, very important one. The sensibility and capacity, once awakened, is the main characteristic that serves to separate one human being from another. It is the manner by which authenticity and individuality are achieved. This is because an aesthetic response to the landscape or a piece of music or whatever it might be, just sitting looking at the light coming through the window, cannot be shared or quantified. It is an act to and for the self. It can't be measured. Each person's response is their own. We had all the collectivism we've explained, right? And it can be toppled like a house of cards in 1 second by this Nietzschean theory. Because it is purely an individual thing. Topically, we like to say, yeah, you felt moved by that piece of music as I did. You know, this is just daily stuff. Ultimately, when you really go into the experience, it is not in any way the same. It is absolutely unique because it's something that's coming out of your own self. What such an experience evokes within you is yours alone. And that center of privacy, that ownership, is the first act of individuality and independence. But all the other forms are pseudo-versions. Or, largely, as we say, sharing between 2 or more people. That's the complete antithesis of this. Now, the aesthetic sensibility is activated by way of perception. We were born with a capacity for perception and with the organs of perception. We were born with eyes. Moreover, we are born with a capacity of awe. We did not create the organs or the capacity. Furthermore, we did not create the object of our awe. We did not create the beauty that surrounds, we merely perceive it. And the ancient Arya and that kind of people, the Druids, the Shaman, aware of this. That's why they have reverence towards it. They damn well know they didn't create it and bring it into being. That's why they protect it. Look where we are today. In one of the most ancient texts of India, the Srimad Bhagavatam. Ancient text, almost undateable. Here's what you read. Aryans do not kill even the smallest plant unnecessarily, not to speak of cutting trees for sense gratification. Aryans do not distinguish between lower and higher grades of life. All life should be protected. All living beings have the right to live, even the trees and plants. This is the basic principle of an Aryan civilization. And they didn't mean Aryan in the way it's been portrayed to us. Arya is anyone who is of the truth, in any culture, in any race. Back to the universe, and on it goes. Everything is nestled in everything else. The apple on the tree cannot be considered distinct from anything else around it, because it's on the twig, it's on the branch, it's on the bough, it's on the trunk, it's on the ground, and in the soil. And the soil is part of the earth, of which is nestled in the universe, and so on and so on and so on. So how can anything be separate from anything else? These are these misleading points that Watts is talking about. We do not come into this world, we come out of it as leaves from a tree, as the ocean waves. The universe peoples. Why we don't see this is because of this narrow, false way of seeing. The alteration, helped by all the neurosis and whatever else. The false, narrow way of seeing. Way of seeing, very important. Alvin Boyd Kuhn puts it in the best language you could imagine. The real Maya, right? The Vedic term for the cage of the world, the home of the spirit, into which you're locked and incarcerated. Wrong. And they are wrong. You just go back before them. Go back to the original tantric earlier religions from which they have arisen. So it's completely the opposite. It's all priest lip, mushroom heads. Kuhn jumps in and says, the real Maya or illusion is not the natural forms, but the mind's propensity to conceive or project forms created by its own inventiveness, but which do not agree with the truth extant or potential in nature. So the Maya in which these priests think they're caught, and which whole cults of Sai Babas and God knows what Anandas have risen up, are based in an understanding that is completely false. Aberrant thinking is the Maya. Looking at Ishwara, looking at Prakriti, looking at the Maya, right, with the distorted eyes is the Maya, not that itself. That inverts a hell of a lot when you fully understand the depth of that. The quantum scientist Werner Heisenberg says it another way. He says, what we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of understanding. Yeah, our demented method of understanding. But you in this life can change that. Freud called for oceanic experience to get out of the pathology. He called for what we're talking about right here. He said it's very, very necessary. Very, very necessary. Crucial to heal the antipathy. Oceanic experiences. Go out and be there. Go out and talk to nature. Develop a relationship like you have done all your life with people who give you back all them cues and affectations. You think that it's only human beings that exist in this world? What about the inanimate things? So, joke. Inanimate. Look at that. What more hierarchical, territorial speciesism could we have, right? And again, it's not what you experience, it's the way that you do it. The guy beside you, the girl beside you may not get it at all. Doesn't matter about them. And you're not meant to impose upon them either or force them, because that's an act of violence on their consciousness. They are where they need to be, as you need to be where you are. Them to talk to you and turn you away from the way you are is an act of psychic violence. You to take them out of their ignorance is an act of psychic violence. Neither one is justified. Aniela Jaff says that in alchemy, the prime material, right, that's the basis of all things, was often represented by such monstrous and fabulous creatures, mixed forms of animals. In psychological terms, they would probably symbolize the original total consciousness out of which the individual ego can rise and begin to develop towards maturity. So in other words, the earliest form of that which was real was symbolized by animals, as we see in the Egyptian. That's because they had reverence towards nature. But what did we get 5 minutes later? Pope Pius IX did not permit a society for the prevention of cruelty to animals to be founded in Rome because, as he declared, theology teaches that man owes no duty to any animal. In fact, the word animal actually means, purely literally, bad spirit. Anima. With an A on the front, right? The opposite. Mal being evil. How about that? The Egyptians are telling you that the animal represents your inner sense, the inner archetypes, the inner template. We know that even now that animals heal people. They actually heal the sick, bring people out of comas and all that. Bad spirits. We touched on it earlier about the the difficulty of even penetrating the mind, penetrating the unconscious. Alongside that is this other bizarre fallacy that it's a place to be looking in anyway. And most people even talk topically about the unconscious. You get this idea that it's some sort of dark cellar, or some attic. Norman Bates. Some dark little hangout for Dracula's coffin. It's all nonsense. It's not a place. You can't open the mind and look. It's a way of seeing. Who brings this out? Who emphasized this over and over again? The Freuds didn't listen. They went off in another direction. There was a great productivity in doing that. But Grodak had it all along. There's no circuitry of the superego and it's connected to this and all. It's not like, it's an anatomy, but it's not like that. It's not an anatomy in the head. It's an anatomy of perception, a way of seeing. Grodak is most careful to insist that the id is not a thing in itself, but merely a way of seeing. Well then, what do you need psychologists for? What do you need any experts for? You can change your way of seeing instantly. You are the only one who can. The mechanical model is for all the guys in the white coats to get in there and mess with it. Monty Python, giving birth in the Graham Chapman and his contraptions. Right? That's what that's all about. Saw your leg off. They love that because that's like, we can now get in there and fix you. How can you fix a way of seeing? In fact, in Greek, the word for I know, right? That word also means I have seen. Now, on one level, it seems kind of obvious, but to see, to perceive is the same word as to know. And let's not forget the perception is both external, right, the world, and internal, the inner being the imagination body. But even when the way of seeing is turned inside, even when perception is turned inside, it's still a way of seeing, the way of seeing yourself, either sadistically or non-sadistically. And again, back to Ponty's original point. You, by being existent, this thing called an I, this ability to perceive, nucleates opposites like we began with. Because you are an object as much as any object that you would look at. But you are the subject. So to all intents and purposes, the very act of perception, how simple this is, concertinas opposites and duality out of existence. No paths, no gurus, no incense waving, no mushroom concoctions and dancing over coals and swinging from what God knows what. No evangelist tents and baptisms and holy books. You already are it. And Julian Jaynes said that nothing in consciousness, there's nothing in consciousness that is not an analog of something that was in behavior first. Now, on one level, right, that sounds very negative, right? A physicalist, materialist. No. We already talked about the physicalist. That's not the same thing. So your body transcends duality. No man, no single being that has ever lived had a clearer and more perceptive and more accurate understanding of the role of the body physical than Wilhelm Reich. And subsequently, one would also mention Alexander Lau and his prodigy. The fact that Wilhelm Reich died in a federal stockade, of course, yeah, just incidental. Try to heal people, it sucks. But the keys of enlightenment lie in his work. For one reason, enlightenment has very little to do with light, which we'll get to in a minute. In his schemata, again, very stripped down, remember we touched on that thing at the profundus, that the self exists in the pits and the depths, in Hades, as opposed to heaven, so to speak. Well, the same analog we come across in Wilhelm Reich's theory of the bioenergy of the body, the life force, the very thing that keeps us alive every second of every minute. And the bioenergy being the song of life, being the very gift that we've got from the universe, right? In his schemata, the surface, or up, is the surface skin of the body, the outer shell. The core is downwards in their scheme, towards the core. And here's the real masterstroke. Did you know that he followed in Grodek's steps to deconstruct this whole model of the mind? He really took up that piece and believed that the ego is in fact the body, particularly the skin, the surface of the body. This can be quite difficult for those who are not familiar with this. And that the self, instead of being up here, as we said, in that dark cavern, you know, the self is the core of the bioenergy, where it radiates from within, in the core of the center. Or down, as opposed to up. Right? Do you see what this means on one level? All that rhetoric about, you know, oh yeah, descending energy from the crown chakra and all this stuff. Outside of you, in other words, is a lot of bunk. Energy pulsates from within to the surface and back again, not from up to down. This is, again, this infection of this false yoga, false religious claptrap. The energy can go a lot of places, but it actually pulsates from the core to the surface of the body. Same way when you fall asleep, that's what's happening. It's retracting, it's not going up. Your energy is flagging and it's retracting to the core, and the body becomes flaccid and you go to sleep. And when you wake up, it's flushing to the surface again. Where have we heard that before? Right? The ancient Arya, the Vedics, it's similar to the chakra system, is it not? The core, at least. It's the old Aryan teaching, nothing is new. They also call it the Mesla, the Fohat, the Shushumna. The serpent energy. Julian Jaynes has pointed out that the subjective space is a recent phenomenon. Studies of primitive peoples show that they have no words for emotions, or that their explanations of subjective and emotional states are restricted to explanations of the external space and situation, or to their sensations at the time. This implies that the body and ego should be considered the same thing. That's right. Reams and reams of research show that there is no recollection or verbalizing of inner emotional experiences. It's the space that they're in, meaning the place that the body, skin, registers, because you have to have, the skin is registering what's happening, right? Your outer surface is the antenna. So all descriptions of experience were that, which goes a long way to proving what Reich's point was. One miracle of the body is the simple spine. They talk about the thing about the bumblebees, now shouldn't be able to fly, and what a few of these other ones. My God, the spine, you shouldn't even be able to stand up, if you think about it. You shouldn't be able, if you had a skeleton here, right, and you hung it up by one of those hooks, that's why it has to be hung up with a hook. If you took the hook off, the thing will crumble to the ground. And it doesn't matter if there's some fatty tissue and flesh and bone and muscle is put there. The skeleton, we should not be able to stand up with the big cavity here and the weight of the neck and the spine itself. We should be all 90 degrees over. How come we're not? The bioenergy of the body. And the cellular intelligence, the concentration. Think of the language of the body. Think of it. If you are in a state of concentration, your body posture will show it to a second person, won't it? That you're concentrated. If you're sitting playing an instrument of any kind, your posture and your focus and your body has altered its posture. If you're in an attitude of reverence or prayer, there's a whole different look about your face, as we can see in the medieval art. If you're in fear, they say your skin crawls, right? Or your hands shake, or the breath becomes shorter. Your body is doing something. The body is acting. If you feel embarrassed, your face reddens, right? If you get angry, your legs often tremble. If there's danger, you say the hair stands up at the back of our necks. When we have awe, our eyes often get wider. When there's sexual arousal, we have vitality. The ego, which is the surface of the body, becomes relaxed, isn't it? That's because the inner core is having a day. It's day now. At least we got something in there. One up on the ego. Ha, ha. That's why we're addicted to it. That's why we're sex mad. Because it's about the only bloody time that the ego is exhausted, right? And for just a few seconds, you have the raw tantric energy come out. That's why. Infants often, almost always put things in their mouth when they're born, right? Because they're knowing the thing through the mouth, through the taste. Not the brain. but through the body. The body is intelligent. We're down under, so I'll give you an anecdote right from home. Angus has gone to great lengths to explain AC/DC's music, including the instrument that he chose. It's all based on his small stature. He had very great difficulty playing other heavier guitars. And the choppy, syncopated, very bright and brash and sort of the chord styles that they use are actually not preconceived, but based on the fact that his hands were very small and the way he had to fret the guitar. The choice of, so what are we talking about here? The choice of guitar and the kind of music are all his compensation for his small stature and his inability to play in other ways. Now, doesn't this go for archery? Wouldn't this go for anything you do? Dance? Choice of partner? How many things is the language of the body dictating? See, we're all up here thinking it's the brain that's doing all the dictating. This anecdote about Angus Young is showing you that quite the opposite is the case. He didn't preconceive any of this stuff. He let his body show him what to do. And he accommodated that, and that accounts for that style of even the music that they play. The body dictated. The brain responded, yes, but the brain responded to the needs and abilities of the physical body. So which one is superior? Now, as I said earlier on, language is not necessarily needed for communication. We have many other illustrators. In fact, they're even called illustrators. Non-verbal behaviors we use to highlight aspects of the words we speak. They illustrate visually what the words are trying to say symbolically. Many people use their hands in gesture to illustrate or highlight their speech. There's another one called regulators. These are non-verbal behaviors we engage in to regulate the flow of speech during a conversation. We use our faces quite often to signal that we're done, or waiting for, or even inviting someone else to speak. That's all in the body language, is it not? The tone of our voice regulates speech, informing others when we're finished speaking. In many cultures, gaze and visual attention regulate speech, as do gestures. So the body is very deeply involved in what we imagine is actually a mental process. Why do we know any of this? We've had 2,000 years of the antithesis of this. People who've made hay out of the antipathy to nature and everything else. And all this concept of up and down and depth and core and surface. Christianity and religion. Body is the prison of the spirit. And most of us do also just consider the body as sort of a means of transport, some personal possession or an object. There's me and my body. What, the two separate now or something? The body is where we begin and end. Remember? Schelling. Nature is visible spirit, spirit is invisible nature. The idea that we're just a bag of skin. The brain is in this sort of carriage. Alan Watts talks about it. The prevalent sensation of oneself as a separate ego enclosed in a bag of skin is a hallucination, which accords neither with Western science nor with the experimental philosophy religions of the East. This hallucination underlies the misuse of technology for the violent subjugation of man's natural environment and, consequently, its eventual destruction. That very simple misconception about the body's intelligence. When Reich talked about the core and the interchange of the bioenergy back and forth from the surface of the skin to the core and so on, a more poetic, aesthetic way of looking at that I have used as, it can be described as two selves. We've already spoken about the fact that we are a speaker and a listener. But actually we're four selves, because even the speaker listens at some times, the speaker part of you listens, and the listener speaks. So we're multiple selves. But if we take Reich's schemata and understand that these are two, I don't want to use the word separate, but let's just use it topically, right? There's these two separate hemispheres of consciousness within. The surface, and it's focused on the world, and then the core, that is the true self, the imperial self, a bioenergetic state. We also agreed that this is lower, this is upper, this is inner, this is outer. This is the ego, and this is the self. Let's go one step further and imagine that they're also speaker and listener and speaker. There's a conversation going between them all of the time through bioenergy. An exchange of bioenergy perpetually, right? The English word intelligence is derived from the Latin word intelligentia, coined 2,000 years ago by the Roman orator Cicero. We use the term intelligence to refer to a number of different abilities, skills, talents, and knowledge, generally referring to our mental and cognitive abilities. It's a constellation of things. It's not just up here in the head. What we refer to as knowledge is the result of an endless and ever-shifting interrelation between the brain, body, and unconscious. Consciousness is the result of an exchange of information between these centers of intelligence, the result of their reciprocal dialogue. One network is forever discovering more about another in a similar manner as we gain increasing knowledge about other people when we know them. This inner dialogue between bioenergetic hemispheres cannot come to completion. It is a perpetually vital process. And they know this. The neurons even go to find out things through our body. The biochemistry works exactly this way as being described. That means that the brain, this thing up that's super active and hot up here in the skull, yes, it is merely the central processor of all of this conversation. Right? It's not the orchestrator of it. It is merely the center, the locus, where all of this is being processed. But as many mystics know, that center, that central receiver, can be deconstructed and the whole body can become the brain. Other parts of your body can actually become as intelligent as the brain. Now, of course, we know that this bioenergetic exchange does also occur between people, constantly. And it also occurs between the self and nature. The fact that you have these two hemispheres within is the origin of the mandalas, the square and the triangle. Right? The inner and the outer, the yin and the yang. Michael Gazzaniga, he says that when the embryo starts to develop, cells migrate and wander over its cellular mass. Everyone agrees that Sperry's view is more correct than not, and that it is likely that most of these cells process chemical markers on their surface that somehow tell the cell where to stop and hook up to another cell. It has been proposed that chemical gradients guide these processes. However, as these embryonic cells continue to differentiate, some of these cells become neurons, the building units of the adult brain. When the cell declares itself a neuron, this neuron becomes electrically active, a unique property and one that is important for continuing development. Once electrical activity is available, electrical signals are translated into biochemical signals which can in turn influence gene expression. Now check this out. That is, electrical signals can, by having access to the information stored in the genome, influence the operation of genes. In short, electrical activity that arises out of the embryonic cells that become neurons can actually turn around and influence brain development by influencing when and where other chemical processes appear in the developing process. Electrical signals can be conducted rapidly over large distances. No longer are cells merely influenced by the chemical process of the next cell or by a gradient that may pass over it. With the introduction of the capacity to conduct electrical activity, no cell is an island. Information from part of the developing embryo can reach across a great distance and influence neural development. Topological vicinity and physical contact are no longer constraints for the signaling system that contributes to the structuring of the developing brain. One among many examples of such influences is that events occurring in one hemisphere can influence the developmental events occurring at the same time in very remote parts of the other hemisphere of the body. The body is the intelligent one. The brain has its function, that's it. What he doesn't explain is, remember he was telling you that one thing leads to the other, right? The biochemistry being the basis, and then later the neurons and so on. He doesn't explain, and they never do, where the primal electrical energy originates. That is really the source of all of this intelligence in the body. They just tell you what it does. And even then it's taken them hundreds of years to find that out. This bioenergy, this electrical charge, is intelligent, obviously. What does that tell us? Well, we're too dumb. Our own bodies are smarter than we are. We're too dumb to admit that our own energy is intelligent. So in the Reichian therapies and the polarity therapies, Shiatsu, Reiki, Qigong, Tai Chi, Aikido, Yoga, when you have this in mind, great things happen. Pick one, do it, or make your own. Better still, create your own movement, create your own thing, and get into this, because this is a magical act. If we put as much time into worshiping the body as we worship God, I hate to be blasphemous about this, our world would be something unbelievable today. It's about purgation, purification, right? Sanity equals sanitize. Sanity is the same root as the word sanitize, sanity, to clear the mind. And when those channels are clear, the doors of perception are clear, immediately that other communion happens, because as we said, the core voice is a silent voice. It's not speaking very loudly, nor will it ever do so. An effective system of self-initiation. Only you as a single individual can calculate and follow your way up the great mountain of hermetic attainment. All essential guidance is within you, in your innermost center of your heart, where your holy guardian angel or inner self resides. To depend on any other thing other than your own holy guardian angel to accomplish the great work is to insult your angel, who is with you to instruct and guide you. All essential wisdom by which to achieve the great work is to be ascertained only within you. Nowhere else will you find this truth. And that is a certainty. And the very looking out is merely postponing it. That is the karma. This is the dharma. Losing not only the inner guardian, but even the brain, even the normal circuitry of intelligence that we've had before. We're ready for a second fall. The immersion is almost so complete. And what does this mean now? We understand what it means now. It means that that inner voice of that guardian is almost completely silent. It's given up. Actually, it never gives up, thank God. But the fact of the matter is, it's so faint. The cacophony of the lie is unbelievable. In fact, as we pointed out in the earlier part of today, deep anxiety arises within us all. Should that voice even speak? We're running for the needle and the doctor. We want to be comfortably numb. The very moment that it even says, I exist, the garden is untended. Crowley goes on to say, the single supreme ritual is the attainment of the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel. He wasn't a Christian. And that's why they tried to take him down. Because when he was talking about holy guardian angel, he was talking about the self, not their mysterium in the sky. You won't make any friends that way. He says, it is the raising of the complete mass in a vertical straight line. Any deviation from this line tends to become black magic. Any other operation is black magic. And what do you think you're going to get from that sorcery? The world filled with vultures and parasites like we've got. They run because of this. Because we are completely decentralized and dehumanized. We're in sorcery, we're not in magic. We don't have time to do the illustration with a physical guitar, but I want to use a metaphor that summarizes what we're saying, constellates it. On the strings of a guitar, there's 6 strings obviously, and 22 frets usually. And you have the major and the minor. One can say that that's like the masculine and the feminine, loosely. One can even say it's solar and lunar, or yin and yang, or nagwal and tonal, whatever you want to call it. Now these musical instruments have been around for about 35,000 years. They date from the same time as the prehistoric art. Say I was just to play one string. I don't know the names of them, but the second string, say. You move up a fret. You can move from major to minor, just with one move of one fret. Or on a piano, I guess it's the same. The major note is a kind of solar note, a happy, optimistic, strong, masculine note, right? One fret beyond is the feminine version, a yin note, introspective, silent, sad, lacrimosa, forlorn, like the sitar. But what has just happened? What just happened there? Those two expressions, completely different, are on one string. So those two voices within, yes, they're an inner dialogue, and they argue back and forth all the time, and one can be considered, yin and yang, or whatever way you want to call it. One is God, one's the devil, it doesn't really matter which. But the fact is that those are two voices on a single string, which is the silence, which is the you. Because there is another note, is there not? What happens, what do we hear when the note, whichever one we've played, fades? What are you left with? The silence. So the voice that speaks within you, even all this dialogue we've been explaining, whether it's biochemical, neural, whatever you want to call it, this inner song, this inner dialogue, this inner communion is itself a portal to the greater silence upon which they rest. When the strings stop speaking, in search of the lost chord. And that silence is very much part of that dialogue. In fact, the dialogue arises from it. So when we talk about psychic attack, when we talk about the barrage of the noise, yeah, it is to silence, it's to complicate and create difficulty between the dialogue. But what it's really meant to do is to deafen us, so that that silence from which is the place where the guardian is. Right? That's where the temple is. It's in the silence, not in the voices. But the noise of the world keeps it out. So in one way, man is a trinity. As the Irish Celts always showed. Remember the tomu? Anybody know the Japanese symbol of the tomu? The triple spiral? Right? And you have it in the Celtic world as well. So each of us is a trinity, actually. In the Egyptian model, those two voices are Set and Horus. The one close to the core, and Horus facing out. And do you remember that Horus has one eye missing? Because he lacks the internal sight. The idea is that he is the one facing out, so he has half the sight. He faces the solar world. Set is within. He represents the core. But they had to demonize that one as well. Thomas Szasz says, in defining what a human being is or ought to be, language remains perhaps the most single important criterion. The idea that thought cannot exist without speech, was implicit in the Greek language. Phrasomai, the Greek term for I meditate, literally means I speak to myself. Logos, the Greek term for reason, also means speech. How many of us have this internal dialogue? In fact, if you talk to yourself in the street, you think you're crazy. But you are crazy without it. When we do the hymns and the prayers and other stuff, that's the relic of it. That's the relic that it replaces what really the inner dialogue was all about. So this internal dialogue, by the way, is going on whether you like it or not. All I'm telling you to do is join in. Because that's a truly creative act. Even this, listen to it. That is the truly creative act is what you're doing. And it's the foundation of many other creative acts. Most importantly, and if this isn't the theme of the entire talk, let's just make it the major theme of this section, is that is yet another act to and for the self. Your turning within to listen to that dialogue is an act of pure individuality. In philosophy, there's a thing called phenomenology. It's a fancy word for just saying, what does it do? What is it? Well, we could ask, how do we really define the self? Remember at the beginning we said this is going to be an anatomy of selfhood? The self can only do that which it does for itself. It doesn't recognize anyone else. It only does that which is to and for itself. Then you know it's an act. A true act of individuality is capable of nothing else. And that act of turning within to listen to your own dialogue is an act to and for the self. So it is actually one of the first steps on the road of individuality. Truly. I use a metaphor. If somebody was to stand up here, where that person is standing, obviously I cannot occupy, no matter how I try, that same space. If I try to, the best I could do is jump on that person, and that's a bloody comedy, that is. Neither he can move or I can move, right? So I cannot stand on the same physical space as you. I cannot breathe for you. I can't think for you, and I can't perceive for you. And those are certainties. So existence, to all intents and purposes, is very, very, very selfish. If you don't believe it, you're free to stop breathing. You can do it anytime you like. See what happens. We'll bring you flowers at the funeral. The self is also purely defensive. If we want to go into more of its phenomenology, let me tell you something else about it. It is 100% the most defensive thing that you could ever want to know. It is all defense. In the true sense of that word. It doesn't interact with others or have relationships. A self has a relationship only with self. It is like your shadow. It goes where you go. Most people don't think it's possible to have a relationship with oneself. Do you know that? It's still a kind of a new concept. After all this time, it sounds even preposterous to most ears. The other act of selfhood, to and for the self, is simply that changing perspective from the pseudo-self to the imperial self. Crowley and these people are telling you basically that freedom is simply the gift you give yourself. Stop waiting for the universe to do it. Stop waiting for the politicians to do it. There's no such thing as collective freedom. Never will be, never has been. There's no our freedom. So you can wave all the placards you want. It's nonsense. You'll only replace one psychopath or one dictator with another. The only freedom that exists is attitudinal. And as we said earlier on, yes, it's not just freedom where the master above you, the tyrant with the whip, is missing. Sorry, it's more than that. There's no slave below you. But the whole concept of a higher self, you see, higher self, it's more mysterious. It's not higher, it's you. It's even physical. In fact, to really be really blunt about it, one could say that the body physical, if you actually went and said that the body physical is the higher self, you wouldn't be far wrong. In fact, you'd be more right. I'm open to that I'm wrong in this, but I think you're more right than those who say it's up there. It's out of our reach. It's phantasmagoric, you see. Don't buy that anymore. Now, Jung says that the body is, of course, also a concretization or a function of that unknown thing which produces the psyche as well as the body. The difference we make between the psyche and the body is artificial. It is done for the sake of a better understanding, but in reality there is nothing but a living body that is the fact, and psyche is as much a living body as living psyche. According to Bishop Epiphanius, the Christ is the spiritual self within each person. Clement of Alexandria, Church Fathers, this is. The greatest of all lessons is to know yourself, for when a man knows himself, he knows God. Time and time again it's been said, Corinthians, you are the temple of God, for the temple of God is holy, which temple you are. Origen again, you yourself are even another little world, and have within you the sun and the moon and also the stars. Gospel of Thomas, when you know yourselves, then you will be known, and you will know that you are sons of the living Father. Right? In the silence. But if you do not know yourselves, then you are in poverty, and you are poverty. So somebody would say, why participate in this dialogue? Well, because if you want to interact with that higher self, so-called, or that inner guardian, you better ring the right bell. You better sing the right song. You better send out the right invitation. It's very proud. It's not going to come in any old begging, bowl, rattling nonsense, banging on the door at all hours of the night. It's waiting for the right bloody reverence and the right prayer to go up. And if you're waiting for some priest or guru to teach you how to do that, you'll have a long wait. In fact, you're doing the complete antithesis of what needs to be done. This is private work. The combination to the lock on the door that stands between you and that place is a combination that only you can even put your hand on. The dirty boots of somebody else throws it back. The more you reach out for it in that way, the more it retracts. But when you do enter that place, that's resurrection. That is Horus risen. And that is true transcendence and resurrection. Now, how many people have heard this statement, being in harmony with the universe? It's bandied around all over the place, isn't it? What does it mean? Magic is the effect of being, or the result of being in harmony with the universe. In the laws of the universe, you have to obey those laws first, man not being higher than the law, right? But if you think about it again and re-say it to yourself, being in harmony with the universe, if you say it enough and think about it deeply, you'll suddenly realize it has a bit of a sinister side to it. It's not all roses. Every human being that exists, even the most cruel and destructive people, are in perfect harmony with the universe. Remember we said that the universe is a mirror, specular thing? It mirrors you, what you are. It's in harmony with you, all right. So you want to be some psychopathic sicko, the universe will harmonize with you. Right? You want to be this, you want to be that. It's yin, man. It's Bruce Lee and his whole Aikido number, right? This is what it is. The universe harmonizes to whatever you are. That's why, remember, people go, oh, I don't understand why there's so much evil and destruction in the universe. Why not? The universe isn't bothered by that. Oh, it's in harmony with you, all right. Now, in the scale of Mat, because they personified that harmony by the goddess Mayat, the mother, and the symbol that they chose for her is this feather. You can see it on the right pan of the scale there for those who are not familiar with this. And her name means a half, like a proportion, a fraction. It means straightness, rightness, balance and harmony, living right, and so on. But the feather that they chose to balance the human heart, the human conscience, or the human existence, the experience, was this feather of the goddess Mayat. And what is a feather known for? Right? It's very light. So earlier on when we spoke about enlightenment, having very little to do with physical luminescence, this is another big mind control game here. The whole question of being in harmony with the universe, the whole concept of being in harmony with the goddess, and seeing things aright, and being virtuous and being straight, is symbolized by lightness, as in weight. Very important concept to understand. I've often said time and time again, you see, that if it was only a matter of some external adversary that we're fighting, or bullhorning or whatever, you know, that would be one thing. But unfortunately, we're involved, as we now have shared, in such a much deeper work. Ultimately, we're dealing with soul work, holy work, which is what I consider all of this. You're trying to build a monastery in your own soul. You're trying to know thyself. Right? The unexamined life is not worth living. You might want to say the unlived life isn't worth examining. Now, Thomas Szasz says that people often say that this or that person has not found himself. But the self is not something one finds. It is something one creates. Jung says that although the self is my origin, it is also the goal of my quest. So in this life of experience, we are doing that. We are building our soul if we so chose to do so. You don't come in with it. You don't come in with it. You're creating it as you go. Through this internal exchange, this dialogue. John Keats, the great English poet, said that, call the world, if you please, the veil of soul-making. Then you will find out the use of the world. So this is known only by very, very few. The rest are all the claptrap of religion, total nonsense. But the thing is that it ceases to be holy work the moment that it ceases to be personal. I've often said that before you can experience the chemical wedding, which everybody talks about, what they forget to tell you is that you have to first go through an ordeal known as the chemical divorce. And that is the apophatic process of deconstruction, where everything that is not the truth is removed from your life, as we spoke about earlier. That requires a lot of alienation. It's difficult. As Sophocles said, nothing great enters the life of mortals without a curse. And it's that we talk about the guts of being able to accept that, this divestiture. It's apophatic knowledge. It's negation and deconstruction. Figulus, the ancient alchemist, said that bodies cannot be changed except by reduction to their first matter. So all this idea about building and building, progress and getting higher and getting more enlightened, what nonsense. Real change is by first burning down to ashes and then rising again. Constant deconstruction, constant mind of the beginner, constant refreshing of the mind. We're sitting around demanding that all experience, new gadgets. I want experience to be all fresh and new, I'm bored. Well, sorry, pal. It's your perception and your mind that needs to be constantly renewed every day, not the experiences. And as we said earlier at the very beginning, any of these processes of death, and burning down are going to be attended by what? That legitimate anxiety. And you better hold on to that as your best friend, because that's what Big Brother is waiting to take from you in a very crafty way that we've explored here. Walk accompanied by your anxiety. Say hello to it. Welcome it in. Own it. Shake hands with it. Because it's part of you. And all this claptrap that we've had from religion to lock away and disassociate. Life and death are woven very fine. In dividing them, we divide the self. In loving one, and we fear the other. As I said, there are two expressions on one string. One giving life to the other. Jung says that only when all crutches and props are broken, here we go. Here's the age we're in. Only when all the crutches and props are broken and no cover from the rear offers even the slightest hope of security does it become possible for us to experience an archetype that up until then has lain hidden. He's speaking about the hidden observer. This is the archetype of meaning, the inner guardian, the true soul, the true self of a man. The only time we even consider knocking on its doors when all the rest of the thing we're involved in is burned to ashes. How dare we? What kind of people are we? What is this? There's the most destructive thing on earth. The most destructive thing, the most destructive agent is truth. And the thinking is destructive. We don't have the right kind of thinking. And we need to. But where the hell are we? We're here. Infantilism. We're in the beginning stages of all of this. Again, the trauma was recent. But Blake said, the fool who persists in his folly becomes wise. So even despite our own folly, we're going to become wise through knowing everything in this realm, what is not to do. Yeah, we're into the... we haven't even got past that, polymorphous perversity. We're regressed. We're working on the animistic level, the autistic level, the pleasure principle. We're not involved in this serious. We're not authentic. We're sedated. And we don't have this inner dialogue going on to any great degree. We are suppressed by others, and we do repress ourselves. As we said, freedom was a new phenomenon. Kings were central to the societies of the past. And so is subjectivity and the sense of I-ness. And so, unfortunately, is psychological insight and introspection. We've needed the father figure. We don't want to be told we don't want to think what to do. You're going to tell us what to do and then reward us for doing what is right. We just need to be obedient. That's easy. And then what do we have? The counter arguments to this? That whole Darwinian lie. Two stinking heads of the Hydra fighting each other with pus pouring out of every pore. Sick of it. The whole idea of one centralized, you see, he may be omnipotent or whatever, but it's one centralized, externalized, remote God. Thank God the quantum scientists have discovered, no, sorry. The actual energy of the universe that is intelligent is not remote, and it is not distinct or self-contained at all. It is absolutely ambient and all-pervading. It's what's known as n-folded, or implicate, the implicate order. As they used to say in ancient times, numinous, pluralic. And everything that exists, human and non-human, is only an expression of that intelligence. Is not only an expression of that intelligence, but is of that intelligence, as Watts was saying earlier on. Now Nietzsche says that there's always been sickly people among those who invent fables and long for God. They have a raging hate for the enlightened man and for that youngest of virtues, which is called honesty. The man we're talking about can be described correctly as morally superior. That's the new species of being, not the new man that the globalists are having orgasms over, right? Because he knows what it is to be human, yes, but he also knows what it is to be. He doesn't blindly just follow the rules. And of course we might ask, well, is he moral then? Yes, he is moral. He's morally superior because he understands what Socrates said, and that is to harm another is to harm oneself. What more morality do you need than that? You don't need rules and regulations for it. He knows that to harm another is to harm himself. Crowley says that we see then that we can never affect anything outside ourselves save only as it is also within us. Whatever I do to another, I also do to myself. If I kill a man, I destroy my own life at that same time. Every vibration awakens all others of its particular pitch. The morally superior man has, of course, a completely different goal, different orientation, different perspective. He's a different process altogether. He's not into evasion and immersion into any collectives. He's not purely mental, he's not purely emotional, because he's involved in a totality of experience, also described as the aesthetic sensibility. But Nietzsche's most famous, if abused, term, misinterpreted term, for that totality of life force, for expression, is his famous term, the will to power. It's the French refer to it as the élan vital, a totality of experience. A magical type of existence, basically. Now, Jung says that about the morality aspect, if things go wrong in the world, this is because something is wrong with the individual, because something is wrong with me. Therefore, if I am sensible, I shall put myself right first. For this I need, because no outside authority no longer means anything to me, a knowledge of the innermost foundations of my being, in order that I may base myself firmly on the eternal facts of the human psyche. Because that is the place, the origin of all evil and dysfunction. Perception on that maybe it's not all this anatomy and sort of the normal psychoanalytical idea. It could be a completely new way of looking at it. But in order to see it that way, the body now becomes, the idea of the body being sacred factors in, a huge piece. But then this thing that I bring to the plate, which is, bring to the table, antipathy to nature, which is antipathy to the self, a major root of pathology, and the root of the cocktail of so many disorders. After you've created the ego, then you have the ubiquitous collectivism and extroversion, your need now to run amok, overly so, to receive approval from those who are seeking it from you. And this whole entanglement and enthralldom. And the neurosis and anxiety that arises when that's not forthcoming. What we become when we are not receiving it. One of the symptoms of that is the intense self-hate, right? Whatever you want to call it, shame, guilt, masochism, self-murder, it really doesn't matter. And ultimately then, this avoidance of legitimate suffering, legitimate anxiety, which is tantamount to disowning the self. Throwing into the wilderness of the dark places of the interior, the very imperial voice that we need to be listening to and taking guidance from. Now, we mentioned the moral superiority of the authentic man, because that virtue, that morality, is very, very important. But we still need to work more towards the last hour here of how to unlock the doors to true freedom. More deeply, more real. And to do that, to really basically strike the master blow, if you will, at the roots of evil, it requires the cultivation of what I describe as the virtue of virtues. And the backstory is borrowed from the existential psychology and the existential philosophy, because the virtue of virtues is the value of existence. Now, I know it doesn't sound very much yet. It's very, very much strong in the existential philosophical tradition. They often refer to it as being unto death. I know that sounds morbid, but give me a minute. It's a fundamental principle of existentialist philosophy. Because, as we said before, your understanding that your life is finite should theoretically give impact and importance to your life. We'll unpack it more in a minute. But lack of this virtue, meaning lack of the value for your existence, is at the root of all the human problems and dilemmas. And we're going to explore this towards the end and get into the children falls under this category, right? The man with this virtue is morally superior, the one who values existence. He's a true individual. He alone is capable of bringing meaning from within himself, as opposed to waiting for everyone else in the world to turn him on. He doesn't have a slave below him or a master above. He's very vigilant on that point. And his relationship with pain, with loss, and with death is radically different than everybody else around him, because he is very much infused with that value of existence, the virtue of virtues. And this man also works with the will to power. But the fact that he is a man of the will to power, he turns out to be the single greatest threat to the collectivists. They want to obliterate him. He's in their crosshairs, because he actually stands up to ruin everything. Their whole Bastille of lies, he sees, can crumble through his existence. Now, in the Gospel of Thomas, Jesus said, if you have gained this within you, what you have will save you. If you do not have this within you, what you do not have in you will kill you. And this is often phrased slightly differently. What the basic message is you have to bring out from within you that meaning. You have to bring out from within yourself what we've talked about earlier. Otherwise, there's no salvation. But the existentially mutilated and vacant being, he's Big Brother's wet dream. He's exactly what they've created. And they know that in his mind, this whole cocktail of syndromes, he is heading straight for self-destruction. And at the point, right, at the very point where he's about to commit suicide, and I'm talking psychologically here, they come in with their global village and say, here's the ticket, and we go for it. So talking today, sitting drinking coffee, it doesn't seem like a reality, does it? But as this process continues, and in the very short future, to offset complete collapse, they move in with their stabilizers. This is how it's done first. And the slow drip feeding of their trauma is all part of it. They know that the man that they're working with is incapable of bringing meaning from within. He's nothing more than a paper mache creature screaming about oneness without even a faintest idea of what it is. Talk about allness, yeah, I'm with you. Oneness, I don't understand it. Now, Rollo May, speaking about Nietzsche, says that being is a category which cannot be reduced to the interjection of social and ethical norms. It is, to use Nietzsche's phrase, beyond good and evil. Remember we talked about this one in the beginning? To the extent that my sense of existence is authentic, it is precisely not what others have told me I should be, but is the one Archimedes point I have to stand on from which to judge what parents and other authorities demand. Rand says that a genuine selfishness, that is, a genuine concern with discovering what is to one's own self-interest and acceptance of the responsibility of achieving it, a refusal to ever betray it by acting on blind whim, mood, impulse, or feeling of the moment, an uncompromising loyalty to one's judgment, convictions, and values represents a profound moral achievement. And as Crowley said, how will a being like that ever even conceive of hurting anyone else? Now, match that with the amount of time we give in our minds to everybody else. Viktor Frankl, a very great psychologist, said that everything can be taken from man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. And that alignment with your selfhood that we spoke about is an act to and for the self. And the writer E.E. Cummings said that to be nobody but yourself in a world which is doing its best night and day to make you like everybody else means to fight the hardest battle which any human being can fight and never stop fighting. That is the real war of Armageddon that is being asked of a lot of people today. The French philosopher Henry Bergson, who had a great deal to say on the question of time, he says liberty consists in being entirely oneself. That's it. There is no other freedom. Mikhail Buchanan, who said, the liberty of man consists solely in this, that he obeys the law of nature, see, because he himself recognized them as such, and not because they've been imposed upon him externally by any foreign will whatsoever, human or divine. Says consists in my being entitled as a man to obey no other man and to act only on my own judgment. Now look how simple and direct that is, and yet look how foreign it is to these collectivists. He says, liberty is the absolute right of all adult men and women to seek no sanction for their actions except their own conscience and their own reason, to determine them only of their own free will, and consequently to be responsible for them, to themselves first of all, and then to society of which they are a part, but only insofar as they freely consent to be part of it. So we are moving towards the antithesis of this every day. But Gruen says we want to escape responsibility because we are deeply afraid of having a self of our own. And we were raised by people who have antipathy to that. In fact, we may have been given birth as crutches to their obsess. It is not an abstract responsibility that we find threatening, but rather the responsibility to realize ourselves. We've all tried it and failed because of this imposition. What is he talking about? He's saying that man will do anything than walk the Siddhartha road. He tries it, he doesn't like it. Anything but the shadow work. But it's worse than that. No, he'll not just do anything. He will literally permit the worst tyrannies to arise in the world just because it covers the crime that he's doing for himself. It's the bric-a-brac that hides the china. I blame them. Finger pointing. Because in that mayhem of these disastrous vultures up there, their crime covers the other crime that we do to ourselves when we're avoiding this holy work. Right? This is what the dynamic is. Rather than walk the Siddhartha road, rather than face ourselves, we'd see the world and other people thrown into the dumpsters, incarcerated, made mindless. Now we've seen something about the inner state of man and his penchant for this evasion. Now we can now continue on our research into his criminal history. We can intensify that by bringing children into the picture. I've often said that anger and violence are not the world's problem, but it's false love is the problem. There's that word, adultism. It came up very clearly there. Osho the mystic said, everybody is living in bondage because everybody who brought you up wanted to have power over you, to enjoy the mastery over you. And children are the most helpless people in the world, the most exploited class. It is not the proletariat who are the most exploited class. It is not the women who are the most exploited class. It is the children who are the most exploited class. And Robert Bly, who wrote Iron John, he says the possessiveness that mothers typically exercise on sons, not to mention the possessiveness that fathers typically exercise on daughters, can never be underestimated. Think I'm joking? When it comes to kids, we've already spoken a little bit about the aesthetic sensibility. Once the child is born, I mean, they already have this, but we need to take the kids out into their world. We need to introduce the child to nature very quickly, not recreationally, but spiritually. We've spoken about doing it ourselves, and this is absolutely critical in the life and development of a child. Take him to the ocean, take him to the forests, take him to every conceivable kind of animal, take him out in the seasons and so on. And remember we said that historically there was a moment when that aesthetic sense awoken in our forefather, and that it can also individually happen in the life of a stereotypical person. We want to be there when it happens in the child, because it will. And we can caretake it if we do it right. Not through any kind of paranoia or fear or stress. None of that is required. But children should be taken out of the cities often and exposed to nature in all nature's sides. Draw their attention to the negative way that nature is then often portrayed in the movies, especially in horror movies and so on. so that they'll see, they'll fall in love with nature, and then they'll start to see, what the fuck is all this? Well, owls and black cats, and wolves, and as kids are brought up today to fear, a little bit of wind in the trees, thanks to our lovely media, and the moon and all of the rest of it. Also explain to them that every single thing around them, even the plastic, comes from nature. There's not a thing that we eat, a thing that we use, that nature is not the originator of. Really rub that in. Introduce them to animals. Many reasons for this, many reasons. There's also a reason why animals surround them anyway, why they like dinosaurs and wallpapers with animals on it, teddy bears. There's a reason for that. It's because they're back here, remember? They're back here at that ancestral place. And that's why they like all those dolls and toys and all around them. Good. And bring them real animals as well. But do that, again emphasize, without coercion, without censorship. Because you're actually observing what comes out of them naturally. We're going to get into that in a minute. Certainly some kids are slower at the uptake. Give them time then. Nothing wrong with being slow. Because again, those kids who are fighting you are doing right half the time, you see. Rebellion is good. Crime is not good. Breaking the world's laws is not good. But rebellion is a good thing. Take them out. Show them the different seasons. Nature has more than one season. Nature does a lot of different things. They will understand that this is not separate to me. We're born from the womb of this. We come from this. Ultimately, again, borrowing from the existentialists, don't make it just that their relationships are with other people. Wake them up to the brick walls, the tiles, the rusted lampposts, the apples, the flowers, the paving stones, the inanimate, the pianos and the guitars. There's a whole universe of so-called inanimate things. We can't have love with them. We can't enter into love with a pane of glass on a window, or the way the light, shines off a roof. That's all. We're just anonymous, just something that just happens all around us in the umfeld. Turn the children on to that. Make them conscious and aware of it so they have many friends, many thousands of friends. Hence, they won't be so dependent on the lost and the misguided. And in fact, they'll be able to help their fellows in the world. Because what will happen after a little bit of this is done? In a very, very short time, the child will come back and view man's world. And to see it for the obscenity that it largely is. You don't need to do very much. The consciousness within the child is doing it all. Also, try not to censor their emotions and natural responses, even if those are angry and so on. Because it is better to have a rude and hostile kid than a bloody compliant nincompoop, an ignoramus. Both are bad, but I can tell you one's worse than the other. And the inanimate includes what their bodies can do, instruments, what the body can do. Introduce them to the power and the brilliance of their own bodies. Clarissa Pinkola Estes, in her book, The Dangerous Old Woman, she says, she's the woman who wrote Women Who Run with the Wolves, she says, some people mistake being loving for being a sap. Quite the contrary. The most loving people are often the most fierce and the most acutely armed for battle, for they care about preserving and protecting poetry, symphonic song, ideas and elements, creatures, inventions, hopes and dreams, dances and holiness, those goodly endeavors that cannot be allowed to perish from the earth, else humanity itself would perish. As I said, to do so is ultimately to commit violence to that soul. They are working from this totality of intelligence already before it's shut off and stamped out of existence. Their centers of intelligence are usually wide open. But look, we're drugging the hell out of them now. Lang says, without the most thorough and rapid brainwashing, their minds would see through our dirty tricks. Children are not yet fools, but we shall turn them into imbeciles like ourselves with high IQs if possible. Specifically, this devastation is largely the work of violence that is being perpetrated on each of us, by each of us on ourselves. And the usual name that much of this violence goes under is love. All that we are talking about, all of us have experienced. You are that child. Everybody sitting in the room would not be here today unless you are that very child we're talking about, that's been so sidetracked and cheated and violated. We've been trained by experts. Then they wonder why, at pubescent times, they're running amok. Coming down a step into a more practical area of children and their development, one that I've always insisted is an absolute death blow to evil. Based on one of the foibles of evil itself. I don't know how many times I've said it, must have gone blue in the face, talking about this thing, the Achilles heel of evil, right? I describe it as that evil contains within it the seeds of its own destruction. Hands up how many people have ever heard me say that. Good, because we'll go into that now. Evil is ultimately weak. And it doesn't take much to take it down. And it also doesn't even require a lot of years. You probably could do it in a generation or two, which is a very short time. But it relies on one thing, and that is discernment. And the discernment is born out of a knowledge of this foible of evil that does contain within itself the seeds of its own destruction. We don't need to fight it from outside. And that is that evil, by definition, cannot exist without what? Huh? No. Camouflage. A mask. If evil appeared in front of us, it wouldn't stand much chance most of the time. 9 times out of 10, we deal with it, right? Evil has a weakness. It must do what? Yes, conceal itself behind a veil of goodness. We'll be getting into this in another context in psychic vampirism, but let's just stick with this for now. In other words, it's the famous idea of the wolf in sheep's clothing. But guess what? There's good news. If you can tell the difference between a fucking sheep and a wolf, you might be onto something. It's that simple. It's that simple. You have to have the discernment to tell the sheep from the wolf. The wolf is shit out of luck and is starved to death. That is called discernment. Once it's taught to a child, they already have it until we mutilate it. Children will speak right up to an adult and go, "Mommy, I don't like him." What, you're meant to like him? Put that smile on. How dare you be so rude? I don't, the doctor will come up, one kid will allow a nurse or a doctor to touch him, and another guy will come in and go, "No, Mommy, I don't want him, I don't want him near me," like that. We silence it. There it is. And we shut it up. We tell them no. We've got to stop that. They are the ones who have the monitor, the antenna. They bloody smell evil a mile away. How can they not? They're the purest things we breed on this planet. Just like animals do. Right? You can't go near a crow, not more than 6 feet, but a crow will sit on a horse's head. Perch right there. Wonder why. You can smell us coming. And so, if we start, not, as I said, let's not say teaching, helping the discernment, allowing it to flourish, strengthening it, in fact, we have a generation, in one generation of kids, that are immune to evil. And that 100, just like Frank Herbert showed in The Dune, 10 can train 100, 100 can train 1,000, and 1,000, 10,000. And evil is shit out of luck. It has to pack up its bags and go because it has one foible. Think about it when you go home. Evil cannot exist openly. It always is in disguise. And that is its weakness. Because the moment that you have discernment to tell it, and we don't have it to teach it, unfortunately. We're too few to know it. We've already had it killed inside ourselves, as we talked about it a few minutes ago. But the child incoming has it. And we need to cultivate that, because that is the death blow. That is the Emmanuel who will be born to bring down the tyrant. And then, again, attendant to this, is that a child grows well when they're introduced to those philosophical certainties that we've been exploring all through this evening. When they're introduced to it, children are born, they're introduced to life. But what's missing? What is the one thing that we rarely ever bring our children and allow them to confront? Death. Even when it happens. I've heard the most preposterous shit. You know, Ireland, all there is weddings and funerals. Been to enough of them. And the kid is fascinating. It's not any kind of paranoid or morbid, whatever. It is when it's sensing that the adult's energy, then it gets bent out of shape. But the child is full of fascination. The poet Rainer Maria Rilke said, a true poet cannot write a single line of poetry until it's sat for 10 minutes in a room with a corpse. He was alluding to this. He was saying, why do we debar this fact of life? Children are introduced to life, why not death? Children should be taken to funerals. Not in any kind of morbid way, not in any paranoid way. When death happens in the family or death happens around, as it often does, death of a pet, death of a grandparent, death on TV, or whatever it might be, or the question of death arises, that child, I wouldn't say put their head in it, but just almost as much. Oh, they're fascinated anyway by it. Decay and all of that stuff. It's not morbid. And it's extremely important that they are. Why? We've just talked about something, the virtue of virtues, the value of existence. And the sooner that it is installed in the child, the better. And it can't be installed until they are shocked themselves by death. And the fact that their life does not go on forever. Granny died. Granda died. Where did they go? Well, yeah, you know. They just went on a little trip. They're with God now. We do talk a lot about it. But we're not really talking about it. The child has questions. It's right for that child to have questions. You know why it's got questions? Because its vitality is open, its inner eye is open, its questioning is going, it's curious. And we just put corks in that thing. Introducing the child to death in a very clever, philosophical way, and listening to the development and going where that goes, is to awaken in the child. Without your effort, it will awaken in it the value of its existence, the virtue of virtues. Instantaneously, two things are going to happen, because there are two kinds of children in the world, as we know. Now, Jacob Boehm said that he who dies not before he dies is ruined when he dies. A great Hermeticist and thinker. Very powerful words there. Once you raise the child in the certainties of life, which is the most important one, is that you are alive and you will die, and nothing on earth, and no Craig Venter is ever going to change this fact, they will realize that, in other words, if they're to build a solid future, it is your job to teach them these certainties. That's love in a real sense. More than that, they would like to know that you want to teach them it. That you yourself are interested in this. That's the real relationship. They want to know that you know. Because the certainties are many. But we did not create ourselves, nor did we create the universe, and we don't know what happened before the universe got created. Certainties. We're not ready-made beings, because we don't just come into the world packaged and static, and that's it. Like a robot, an action man. We start as one thing and we go through these rites of passages and end up as something else. We mature biologically and psychologically. The child sees, grandparents and so on. It sees all multiplicity of people. And we learn that we will be different as time passes. We always hear our parents speak about what we're going to do when we grow up. Or when we're older. What's that? We must know that death in the end terminates life. That time becomes serious, not frivolous. Right? Quality of life is instigated. And we see time, because we see time in negative terms, as a certainty we have no power over. And we react in certain ways to this fact. Okay. We all realize we have no power over death. And by the way, this is the reason you want. I'm just going to emphasize this. It's the reason you want to install the virtue in them. You want to. Because of what's coming next. Because of one or of these two reactions that's going to happen in the child when it fully grasps this point that you don't have any power over. Because the two main responses, one child will say or think in his mind, well then, Time's short. I could die any time. All right. Party. Time for fun. And you have the hedonistic child. Right? Instantaneously, you know where the child is. Instantaneously. Because it's only the hedonistic child who will come up with the obvious solution, which most people already have come up with. Well then, party to the end, I've had a good life, I've enjoyed myself. Now I can die, so what? There's no meaning, and I just go with it. The hedonistic child is born. And of course this child, realizing that if you go through school acting hedonistically, that won't get you far. Right, so the next step is they act hedonistically, but they don't get away with it. That child is the one who then motivates himself into a situation where his hedonism is disguised. And they're the ones that you find in politics and religion. That's where they go. Because now they have to conceal their hedonism under a cloak of the opposite. Remember the wolf in sheep's clothing again idea? The pretenders, the pretense. So that's why you find that movement just absolutely filled with these kinds of people, working beneath the veil of power and authority, namely politics and religion. We are knee-deep in these children. We're not knee-deep in the other type of child. Shelley said, government is an evil. It is only the thoughtlessness and vices of men that make it a necessary evil. When all men are good and wise, government will of itself decay. The discernment. Now what happens with the other one? The other child who's also thought along the same lines, that I can do nothing about the fact that Granny died and Daddy died and all of this stuff, or the dog died or the hamster died. I can't do anything about that, and that's going to happen to me, and you let them go there. Don't get in the way. That child is going to become profoundly present and profoundly reverent about every second that it breathes. Right? Its aesthetic sense, that's already open because of this. Every footstep, every breath is of value. Suddenly you have created something unimaginable, something we need in this world very much. Something that's immorally superior, something lacking in this world has suddenly become created. And as a relationship with life so profound, the Heideggers can't even find the words to describe it. The sorge, the care, the being unto death, not in some morbid, idiotic way, but with an immense reverence, an immense depth. Has anybody bestowed that on that child? No, they brought it from within themselves. You might even throw it down yourself. But that which you bring from within your soul can never be taken by any force, no matter how strong they appear to be. Because as a matter of fact, they're not strong. And he has imparted it as a gift to himself. Find the words to describe it. The sword is already open because of this. Every footstep, every breath is of value. Something lacking in this world has suddenly become created. And as a relationship with life so profound, with an immense reverence, an immense depth. Has anybody bestowed that on that child? No, they brought it from within themselves. It's vital. And the thing that you bring from inside yourself, no force on earth can turn it around and change it. Nothing can do that. Yeah, the thing that has been handed to you by somebody else, of course it can drop. You might even throw it down yourself. But that which you bring from within your soul can never be taken by any force, no matter how strong they appear to be. This death, because of what's coming next. Because of one or of these two reactions that's going to happen in the child when it fully grasps this point, that you don't have any power over it. Because absolutely filled with these kinds of people, working beneath the veil of power and authority, namely politics and religion. We are knee-deep in these children. We're not knee-deep in the other type of child. Shelley said, "Government isn't evil. It is only the thoughtlessness and vices of men that make it a necessary evil. When all men are good and wise, government will of itself decay." The discernment. Now, what happens with the other one? The other child who's also thought along the same lines, that I can do nothing about the fact that Granny died and Daddy died and all of this stuff, or the dog died or the hamster died. I can't do anything about that, and that's going to happen to me. And you let them go there. Don't get in the way. That child is going to become profoundly present and profoundly reverent about every second that it breathes. Right? Its aesthetic sense, that's already open because of this. Every footstep, every breath is of value. Suddenly you have created something unimaginable, something we need in this world very much. Something that's immorally superior, something lacking in this world has suddenly become created. And as a relationship with life so profound, the Heideggers can't even find the words to describe it. The sorge, the care, the being unto death, not in some morbid, idiotic way, but with an immense reverence, an immense depth. Has anybody bestowed that on that child? No, they brought it from within themselves. It's vital. And the thing that you bring from inside yourself, no force on earth can turn it around and change it. Nothing can do that. Yeah, the thing that has been handed to you by somebody else, of course it can drop. You might even throw it down yourself. But that which you bring from within your soul can never be taken by any force, no matter how strong they appear to be. Because as a matter of fact, they're not strong. And he has imparted it as a gift to himself. An act for and to the self. That is a holy person. That is a godlike person. His life is permeated by it. What's the alternative? Well, you're human. The indentured slave on the stock exchange, the maritime law creature, the animal, the monster, to be moved around as so, sign here, move over there. Visit planet Earth and do absolutely nothing. Don't walk too fast, don't breathe, don't think, don't sit, don't stand until we tell you. Have a good day. Right? But the thing is that this creature is absolutely ephemeral. Because illusion is ephemeral. That which is unreal passes away. It has the seeds of its own destruction within itself. Illusion is an endangered species. The truth is going nowhere. But these thalers and these demagogues, they think of us as pawns. They think of us upgrading us. What does it mean? Improving our incarceration, nothing more. That's all they'll ever do. Crowley says again, look, anyone who is forced from his own course, either through not understanding himself or through any external imposition, comes into conflict with the order of the universe and suffers accordingly. Originally, at the beginning, we talked about how sometimes the anxiety might be a positive thing, since we're violating the spirit every 5 minutes. That inauthentic humans deserve their bloody fate. And you should be very careful. We'll get into this in the psychic vampirism. You better be very careful providing any kind of safety net for those who are going to fall, and nothing can stop them falling except you going down with them. This is the message of the future. But Crowley's speaking quite metaphysically here also. The suffering in our lives. He's talking about the suffering of man. Anyone who is forced from their own course, either through not understanding himself or through external imposition, comes into direct conflict with the order of the universe and suffers accordingly. Look at this. Just look at this. You have globalism and all their reams of information and their million-dollar institutes and their million-dollar foundations and their think tanks and their round tables. How we're all going to be joined at the hip, and global brains and virtual realities and RFID implants and what have you, and man being his own brother's keeper and global diversity and all the rest of it. One line from Ayn Rand puts it to the flame. Civilization, the true thing, civilization is the process of setting man free from man. Setting man free from men is the true aspect of civilization. You have a civilization when that's happening. Now, she specifically said, just like church and state were separated, so we have modern civilization of the West, so now should economics and politics, government be divided. So that government has not a single say in how anyone earns their money or how the states exist financially. But on a little bit higher philosophical level, look at the wisdom and the inherent wisdom in this. No enslavement to priests, gurus, leaders, and experts. Go your own way. You need a robe mat, make one, but don't borrow it from somebody else. William Blake said, if I do not create my own system, I am sure to be enslaved by the system of someone else. Fromm says that the fact that millions of people share the same vices doesn't make them virtuous. The fact that they share so many errors does not make those errors to be truths. And the fact that millions of people share the same forms of mental pathology does not make them sane. The Caesar, Marcus Aurelius of Rome, said the object of life is not to be on the side of the majority, but to escape finding oneself in the ranks of the insane. It's okay for the Caesars to say it, but if you try it, you're going to be locked up, called madman, a conspiracy nut. Rousseau said, to be sane in the world of madmen is itself madness. J. Krishnamurti, he put it this way, it is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society, but that's what the global village is. A summer camp for psychotics. Rand says, men have been taught that it is a virtue to agree with others, but the Creator is the man who disagrees. Men have been taught that it is a virtue to swim with the current, but the Creator is the man who goes against the current. Men have been taught that it is a virtue to stand together, but the Creator is the man who stands alone. And you can do it anytime you want. Oh Captain, any moment you want to stand on your desk and change your perspective of just the life around you, it's done. Your will can do it. You have 70 summers, maybe less. You have 28,000 days. We rush as if we're hastening to our graves. But this virtue of virtues, we're talking about awakening it in the child. You can awaken it in yourself any time of the day or night. That's why time is not required. That's why historical processes and test tubes and more money spent on X amount of experimentation is not necessary at all. You turn the switch on in your heart and your mind whenever you feel like it. And if you don't, it's okay too. Because life itself goes on regardless of what you do. That universal intelligence goes on regardless. That also is a certainty that moral beings rely on. But humanity, as never before, is split into two apparently irreconcilable halves, says Jung. Psychological rule says that when an inner situation, there's a famous quote, this one, when an inner situation is not made conscious, it happens outside its fate. That is to say, when the individual remains divided and does not become conscious of his inner opposite, the world must perforce act out the conflict and be torn into opposing halves. So those people who are not going to get any of this and do any of this homework, don't get in the way. Because life is the better teacher than you could ever be. We talked about the flow of the bioenergy. Once you're in dialogue with that bioenergy, once you understand that it's one, a whole other type of consciousness comes about. You understand that it's borrowed also. You understand that that universe is going to continue because it's full of that bioenergy and it doesn't plug in, it's negentropic. The spirit of nature, right? The flux, the reservoir of all of our bioenergy is absolutely eternal and everlasting and never static. Compasses and protractors are prohibited, don't work. I always use the metaphor of a candle or a match. If you strike a match, you see the flame appears at the top. That's the energy. Where did it come from? It came from the ether, it came from the still point, wherever you want to call it, the etheric. Strike another match, there it is again, the flame, the same flame. Strike another one, there again. Strike as many matches are existing in the world, strike as many matches that could be existing on the frickin' moon and any other planet you can think of or star. If the entire universe was filled with matches and you went through the process of striking them all, not one, not even trillions upon trillions of struck matches would weaken the flame at all. Every match struck in the same way, the same flame appears. The stick of the match is the matter of our bodies, just like the wax of the candle. That's the material part that fades, it dies. But Schopenhauer said that the light that comes into the body is not extinguished one bit by the demise of the body that houses it. In your consciousness, you either align with that flame, or you align, as the materialists and the non-thinkers do, with the match. The hedonistic child is different than the philosophically aware child, isn't it? The existentially aware child. It's just a matter of alignment, because you are that flame. You are that flame. You stand at the center of it all. And you burn with that bioenergy that is on loan to you, and where it goes, you will go if you follow it to its source. Because you're already at that place. There is no going at all on a circle you can walk, but you're always at the place where you need to be. On a circle of a journey, which this is all about. On this great journey of time. You can actually stand and be still because you are on a circle at the place where you need to be. Movement is ultimately an illusion. Remember that the false and the unreal pass away, and that evil has within it the seeds of its own destruction. But the eternal flame never dies. And that ego part of us must learn in time to be embraced by that imperial self. Hating the ego, karate chopping it to death, sedating it, believing it to be some sort of evil thing is the sign of the false teachers who've taught you that. That's what they've done to their consciousness. Now, R.D. Laing says that the true sanity entails the dissolution of the normal ego, that false self competently adjusted to our alienated social reality. The emergence of the inner archetypal mediators of divine power, and through the death and rebirth, and the eventual reestablishment of a new kind of ego functioning. The ego now being the servant of the divine, no longer its betrayer. And there's a lot in that, of course. There's a lot that he's saying there. But he's basically just saying that the ego plugs back in. Instead of trying to embrace that which is too big and too great and too rich and too deep for it, it allows itself to be embraced. And that will happen with the awakening of the aesthetic sense and the installation of the virtue of virtues. But the man who tries to do this, the child that tries to do it, is riding out to war. And the weak child can never do it. You're going to fight. It's Armageddon. That's the real Armageddon. Trying to be the man of moral superiority in this world. As Alan Watts says, the most strongly enforced of all taboos is the taboo against knowing who or what you are, really are, behind the mask of your apparently separate, independent, and isolated ego. The most strongly enforced of all known taboos is the taboo against knowing who or what you are behind the mask, right, the social persona, of your apparently separate, independent, and isolated ego. We finish now on a couple of anecdotes. Remember in the beginning I said we'll visit this thing, the grand humility or the great littleness? The metaphor I always like to use is the Norwegian explorer, the great Norwegian explorer who was the first man to discover the South Pole. Now, he was, of course, in a conflict with that psychopath Scott of the Ording. Dib, 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 and all that British crown. A psychopath who tortured his men and had a completely crazy way of getting there. Whereas the Norwegians were building saunas in the ice and having a ball. Don't try to beat them at their own game. Bad move. When Royal Amundsen arrived at 0 degrees latitude, 0 degrees longitude, his men said, "Speech, make a speech. Say something." You know, they were Christians. They put the flag, you see, and now he's standing there, and they were not just saying for themselves in Norway, they were saying, speak as a human, say something for the whole of the human race, because you're equidistant at all times. And Amundsen said, "I don't feel very big right now, like I should, like any peak experience does." He goes, "In fact, I feel very small. I feel very humbled and little, but it's very vast and very great." It's immense. It's not the littleness, the paltriness and the limitation and the humility of the neurotic, or the pathological kind. It's vast. And when that aesthetic experience, the sensibility is really open, when you're going there, when you go out there and you look up there at that, you'll feel like he did. And you need to feel like that regularly. Or go and touch the ocean, or listen to Beethoven, or just listen to it. That is there. That makes you feel little in a very, very grand way. Because it's born from this aesthetic experience. You feel that you're part of the all, and you feel that you're part of the whole. But oneness has nothing to do with it. That's nowhere. Allness and wholeness is what it's about. You have the awareness. You know why you have the humility? Because you have the awareness that you did not create this thing that you're housed in, and that you're finite, and that you're a guest, and that the bioenergy even that moves you to get to this place is loaned to you. His was a moment of spiritual victory, right? He arrived at the still point. He arrived at the place of silence. So he didn't want to talk and chat. He wasn't in that space. Something else had happened. He was very silent because he was now aware of his inner dialogue. He had come to 0 degrees latitude, 0 degrees longitude of the planet. What I'm talking about is coming to 0 degrees longitude, 0 degrees latitude of consciousness, because there is such a place. T.S. Eliot said, at the still point, there the dance is. Study card 21 of the Tarot, the major arcanum known as the universe. The dance of Shiva is a dance of stillness, a dance of silence, a dance of deconstruction. He was a participant in that inner dialogue. It is from that well of silence that all other forms of existence arise. And in relation to it, indeed we are small. The man on the mountain, the man on the silver mountain, the hermits on their mountain with their idiotic pinprick of light, they don't like that. They're very intimidated by that. They want to own that. They want to have that. They're the Sauron who wants it in their hand. One ring to rule them all, as they are now doing throughout the world. So even though you may feel small and humble, it is not an insignificant thing to embody that silence. It's very rich. It's very deep. The 0 degrees longitude, 0 degrees latitude can also be metaphoricized as the wheel. And in fact, that is how many Vedic teachings, the Aryan teachings, showed it. Right? In the wheel of Charasi, in the wheel of samsara, of the millions and millions of, they call it lives, but it's just the ebb and flow of the entire matrix of the universe, is the hub of a wheel. And everyone knows that at the very center, it's still. So when you've arrived at the center, you're not one, you're all. Because the person who's at the center, who comes to the hub, who comes to the unmoved still point, he's in the center and he's part of all of that too. Does he? He senses it, he feels it, doesn't he? He's part of the movement. But he's separate from the movement. You can be part of something and you can be a part of it. A part and part. So going to the center is not oneness. This is nonsense. This is paper mache, hideous creature of a bunch of broken shards coming together. Go, yeah, we're one. You're one nothing. A bunch of broken, lost souls telling me that now you all glued yourself together. You're something. Go down to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. I'd see plenty of it. That doesn't add up to anything. What about a round table of fully sovereign beings, with their feet deeply in Mother Earth and their heads in the stars? Oh, then we'll talk. But coming again to that place, it's just like any martial art or any dance, nobody can prop you up. It's preposterous. Nobody can stabilize you. Nobody can show you how to play the damn thing. You have to sit and do it yourself. Synchronize your hands. Listen to your body. An act of playing a musical instrument is eye, brain, mind, body, posture, fingers, synchronicity. Posture, sitting, the whole one thing leads to the other. There's not one thing is doing it. The entire body, including the mind. The mind is only one part of a thing that's involved in that process. When you're not part of the still point, what are you? Well, we know that. We're part of the Michel Foucault drama of power play and panopticons and entanglement and thraldom. The daily life we have to deal with every single day. That's what we've got. With plenty of masters above and plenty of slaves below. William Barrett, speaking about Heidegger's work and this care, the Sorge, he says, this seriousness is the simple and forthright seriousness of someone who has at last arrived at his center, who is therefore at least totally engaged in the project of his life, with all that it entails, the sorrow and the sadness. This person exists under the eye of eternity, and therefore what he does in the moment is absolutely real. Thousands of years ago, the Taoists, Chuang Tzu, the pure men of old, acted without calculation, not seeking to secure results. They laid no plans. Therefore, failing, they had no cause for regret. Succeeding, no cause for congratulation. And thus, they would scale great heights without fear. They did not know what it was to love life and hate death. They did not rejoice in birth, nor strive to put off dissolution. Quickly come and quickly go. But they weren't smart like us, those Taoists. We love to be entangled, and we love to entangle others. That starts pretty young, doesn't it? We love the doing. We don't give a damn about the being. But despite it all, and that chronology we talked about, that there's still room for hope, that the scars are, kind of fresh, and once the healing process, if unmolested by Big Brother knowing that the healing process could take place if we were left alone for 5 bloody minutes. I mean, these are the parasites who are preventing and holding civilization back. Because they know that, as a matter of fact, we're moving ever further away from the trauma. That's why they keep on instilling the mini-traumas, the micro-traumas, in which we're all caught up right now. But Blake, being the man he was, said, look, the fool who persists in his folly, don't stop him, continue. Because he will eventually become wise the long way around, the scenic route. But once he's done it, nobody can fool him, because he's done it all. So we've asked today, when we finish now, we say, what is an authentic life? What is a hygienic mind? What is a superior being, a morally superior being's purpose? It's the search for himself, his own finitude, sending out that call, sending out that chant, sending out that prayer. They say the whole of the Sanskrit language was based on birdsong. All the sounds, the Irish harp. You think our instructor is not there? So the call is only you can sound that tone. It's coming from in here. It's nothing to do with what anybody else did. You may hear echoes of it in the Beethovens and the Handels. It's there. You hear it. I know you hear it. That's why we love it. But that's their call. You need to awaken yours. You have to find the bell tower, you have to go in and you stand on the balcony and you have to do it. And then that force will come, and it will come in its own unique way, in its own unique garments, and to its own dance. Down the street it will come and it will burst in the door. The bride arrives. The chemical wedding will take place. But first, it needs the right call. It needs the right call. It's pretty proud. And we can't have anyone else do that for us. And if you go out into nature, it'll come. Go out and work with her and it will happen. In silence. It will happen in silence. What is this man? This man is one who, as he's doing this, developing this new relationship with life and death, sending out his call, doing his holy work, he also enjoys the journey for all its pain and suffering. He's a different kind of being, remember. His relationship with death and sorrow is not the same as everybody else's. Because he's developed that new way of seeing. Because he's free, and so even if he ends up actually in a dungeon, he's unchained, completely unslaved. And he has a different relationship with himself, obviously, and the universe. He is the fool who persisted in his folly, and he did become wise. And the famous quote by Blake, when the doors of perception are cleansed, man sees things as they truly are, infinite. There's been many times spoken about. But look what he's talking about, perception again. Remember that simple act of looking is what it's all required? The very thing that launched all the scientism of the world was a simple response of awe to maybe the wind moving through the trees, or the leaves, like you see in the fantastic movie, American Dream. The simple leaves moving on the pavement is enough. That awareness, that knowingness, is available to you through simple perception. How can you perceive the infinite, though, unless you're part of that infinite? You see? It just doesn't work. It's illogical. So what he's saying is that when the doors of perception are cleansed, you will see things as they're infinite, because in seeing what you know to be infinite, the moment that you say you've seen it, you become it, because you couldn't otherwise, could you? So my message to you is, become it. I am it, and you are it. So remember that. Remember it. Hold it close. Dialogue with it every day. Commune with it. Listen to it. And let no one for a moment make you doubt it. And as Heidegger pointed out, learn how to think. Denken. The same word as thank you. That every single act of thought, every thought, once it's an act of gratitude, once it's that open, once it's that real, once it's that alive, then you are thinking. Then only you are thinking. And make every thought that you think a thank you. As I also now thank you for being here and for your patience and your time. Thank you very much. Cheers, mate.
1,000 years in the past, the devil